the much anticipated summit level talks, the 23rd edition of the India-Russia Annual Summit that's beginning any moment now in New Delhi.
Our correspondent Siddharth Bharadwaj is joining us from the newsroom now with more inputs. Siddharth, you have been looking at this visit from the point of view of how the media also is covering it. So in this respect, first you can tell us, how has the media been covering this event from, let's say, the morning? Let's look at the morning newspapers for one.
Oh, first of all, I would like to tell you, Mark, that this is a very significant visit by President Vladimir Putin, and he's coming to India after 2021. It's a huge gap, and it's a significant visit in various terms, as both the sides are expected to take up various issues. There are various MOUs which are expected to be signed between both the countries. The details of MOUs are yet to be out, and as and when they will come, we'll let you know definitely. The day 2 of President Vladimir Putin started off with ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan. We saw how President Putin came and he met Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and also the Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu. After that, President Putin went to Rajghat to pay respects to Father of the Nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and we also now are showing our viewers the visuals wherein both the leaders are there at the Hyderabad house. Now, since this is a very significant visit, the entire print media, Mark, and in fact, not just print media, the social media and the satellite television, they all are covering this historical visit by President Vladimir Putin. We saw some of the newspapers, English newspapers by Indian English newspapers wherein there are headlines totally covering this historic visit of President Vladimir Putin. We also saw how Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself went to the airport to receive President Vladimir Putin, and he hugged him as well. And later on, we saw a picture wherein both the leaders are sitting in the car, and it's all over the social media. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also shared the picture on his X handle. So this goes on to show that the warmness in the ties between both the countries, Mark, and how the Indian print media has covered this significant and historic visit by President Putin. Now, when you talk about the visit and why it is important in my analysis, there are certain sectors which are very, very important when it comes to this visit. These sectors are trade, these sectors are defense, these sectors are energy, these sectors are health, culture, people-to-people connect. All these sectors, apart from the other sectors, they combine and make this historic visit by President Vladimir Putin. When you talk about trade, we are talking about trade since the morning, since yesterday. The total trade between both the countries stands somewhere at 68.7 billion, and wherein the Indian exports are less than $5 billion US. So this visit is a great opportunity and platform wherein both the leaders will talk it out and narrow that trade deficit, wherein India could send pharmaceuticals, could export rather pharmaceuticals, agri-products, food products, chemicals. Apart from that, there are some other products as well. When you talk about defense, it makes it a central pillar of the ties between both the countries, whereas there are lots and lots of talks which are expected to come up, including the joint production of the fighter jets, including S-400, the agreement on S-400 and S-500, and also after that, it comes the energy ties between both the countries. We all know that how India is diversifying its energy sources, and Russia is a key partner in that. When both leaders, right now they are at the Hyderabad house, when they'll talk, there are some, points that will be taken up when it comes to the energy ties between both the countries. All this, Mark, is coming when the world is witnessing wars and conflicts in different parts of the global world. Apart from that, there are certain countries in the global world reeling under the tariffs imposed by the United States. Also, Mark, one thing which I want to mention here is that all this is coming at a time when India is walking towards the path of Make in India, Atmanirbharta, which is self-reliance, and also Vision 2047, Vikasit Bharat at 2047, wherein India will be celebrating the centenary of its independence and is expected to make everything under the sun. So make in India, make for the world. We make in India, we are sending to the global world. And in that context, in this visit, in the context of this visit to Russia, it will also increase the economy of the country of Bharat, which currently, which is on the path of becoming the world's third largest economy in the world. And we have shown, Mark,
Yes,
you cover economy and you cover the business. You very well know that how India is progressing when it comes to its GDP. The Q2 growth is exceptional, which goes on to show that how India is excelling in every sector, and how today the world is looking at India for collaboration in various sectors. Back to you.
Right, Siddharth, do stay on. We'll come back to you momentarily if we can on this broadcast. Let me take a moment to introduce our guest and welcome him on this broadcast. Joining us is Ambassador Yashvardhan Sinha. He is a former High Commissioner to Sri Lanka and the United Kingdom. We'll be joined momentarily by another guest, Professor Rahul Mishra from the Jawaharlal Nehru University as well. Ambassador Sinha, welcome to this broadcast. Since we are meeting you and talking to you the first time as part of the India-Russia summit, let me take you back to yesterday. We saw some interesting visuals coming from New Delhi at the airport there. Prime Minister Modi breaking protocol to personally receive President Putin at the airport. The proverbial hug was there for all to see, and also a power ride in the Prime Minister's car, the motorcade that brought him from the airport to the Seva Tirth, the rechristened official residence of the Prime Minister. Your thoughts on how the visit has shaped up so far?
Thank you for having me on your show. I think this visit is very significant. It comes at a very critical time. If you recall, President Putin first came here as president of the Russian Federation in October 2000. And I believe this is the 23rd annual summit. But for the first time since the outbreak of the Ukraine-Russia war, President Putin has come to India. The last time, I think, was in 2021. And the very fact that he has come to India for this summit shows the importance that he lays and that both countries lay on this summit and our bilateral relations. It is indeed a special and privileged strategic partnership, and it's for all to see the personal bonhomie and the personal equation between the two leaders. I believe Prime Minister Modi has gone to the airport 6 times before to receive foreign leaders. This time was special, the 7th time. Not only did he receive President Putin at Palam, but he also, President Putin also accompanied him to the Prime Minister's house for a private dinner in the Prime Minister's car. So this was very significant because it sends a message not only to Indians and Russians, but globally, because this time-tested, long-standing friendship has stood the test of time. And I think the fact that they are meeting today officially at Hyderabad House, the agreements that we expect, and more importantly, the discussions that they have will shape the future of bilateral relations for quite some time.
Ambassador Sinha, people are looking at the relationship as having huge potential in terms of, economic value. The question is that, if Russia has sanctions, India has tariffs, there is this issue about how to do business with a country that has sanctions. How is one to fulfill the potential of the economic potential of this relationship? I mean, should we be creating some special purpose vehicles to have trade that can work, between our two countries that avoids the international system?
So I think this is a very important question, and this is something that will occupy the minds of our leaders during their discussions, because as your correspondent said, and I was listening to him carefully, the total bilateral trade is $68.7 billion. Indian exports is only $4.9 billion. And because of our enhanced intake of Russian oil, this imbalance has occurred. There was an imbalance earlier, but it's now come into sharp focus. So I think the roadmap for 2030 for strategic cooperation, economic cooperation between India and Russia, which I believe is going to be discussed, will be very important, because I think it will also show how the two countries can trade with each other despite the adverse circumstances. I recall that when sanctions were imposed on Iran, not UN sanctions, but unilateral sanctions, Iran was an important energy partner. We did find a way, at least initially, to trade with Iran. If I remember correctly, there was an escrow account in an Indian bank, and we did manage to do that. So I think there are ways and means which experts, I'm sure, will find. One thing is clear, that India will continue to buy energy from the cheapest and the most reliable sources in the world, simply because it is critical for our growth and development. And I think we should not and we shall not allow third parties to determine how and where we buy from. Obviously, sanctions on companies like Rosneft and Lukoil will impact the intake, because they are major suppliers from Russia. But I'm sure our leaders and of course the delegations will try and thrash out how this cooperation in the energy sector, which is critical, as I said, for India's economic growth and development progresses.
Ambassador Sinha, as some commentators have said in the last 24 odd hours, that given the fact that the Ukraine-Russia conflict may be nearing its end game, as it were, India and Russia might be looking to for a post-Ukraine conflict scenario in their bilateral ties. So the question is, how do these two sides make their ties future ready in terms of the next big idea, as it were, in their relationship? Protection of investments, maybe incentivizing exports. So how do you look at the future prospects of this relationship if things change in the near term going forward?
You know, when I tuned into your channel, and I was struck by President Putin's visit to Rajghat. He obviously has been there many times before, but the symbolism of him paying obeisance to the father of the nation at Rajghat was not lost on me, and especially when we are in the time of conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war. So I think whether it's the end game or not, only time will tell. But I think there is a certain amount of war fatigue on all sides. There are serious attempts being made on the negotiating table to ensure that peace is ushered in the region. And I think India and Russia need to look forward to see how they can strengthen their cooperation. I think one of the primary areas, apart from defense and energy, is boosting economic cooperation. And as I said earlier, we really need to diversify in terms of our exports to Russia, which are basically primary goods, agricultural products, tea, rice, etc. We need to look beyond that. I mean, obviously, marine products comes to mind. Pharmaceuticals is a very important component, because we are a major exporter of generic pharma to all over the world, in the West in particular, but also the global South. And I think Russia would benefit immensely if they are to take advantage of India's capabilities in this area. There are, of course, other areas like IT and IT-enabled services, where India is quite advanced, and I think cooperation in that would be mutually beneficial. Defense, of course, as I said earlier, the links are very strong, will continue to remain so in the foreseeable future. One area which I read somewhere was interesting, and that is the Arctic shipbuilding industry. Can India provide some sort of inputs, or at least be part of that shipbuilding industry? Because, as you know, Russia has been very active in the Arctic region. So I think there are various fields where I think the two countries could play a role. There is also a talk of a labor mobility agreement. That would be extremely good, because that would mean that India would be able to provide skilled personnel to Russia, where there is obviously an issue regarding the population growth, and that's not just Russia, but all over the West. And I think this could serve as a model, perhaps, if such an agreement is concluded for other countries in the West.
At this point in time, let's introduce you to Professor Rahul Mishra, who joins us from the School of International Studies, JNU. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. Let's take that point forward about a mobility agreement. And, Ambassador Sinha was really talking about how businesses can expand in between India and Russia, business potential. It really can't expand if, we are only doing businesses from government to government. At the end of the day, I mean, it has to be people to people who are doing businesses, and also professional to professional. How much, weight would you give to this mobility agreement for this potential, economic potential to take off?
Look, we've got to understand that this annual summit between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is not just another annual summit. There is a very specific context to it. And in that context, whatever agreements, MOUs we come up with, India and Russia, will be directed or motivated by the developments that are happening between India and the US. And labor mobility, the skilled worker mobility, of course, plays a very important role. The question here is how much Russia can accommodate, how hungry Russia is to have Indian professionals there. Of course, the blue-collar workers is certainly something that India and Russia are working on, but there are sectors like advanced technology, IT sector, other sectors, services sector, doctors, engineers, professionals who could work in Russia. And this labor mobility, the skilled worker migration, is something that I hope India and Russia will agree on. But I also wanted to add a point here that in India-Russia partnership, business as usual will not work anymore. If India and Russia together want to give a message, convey a message to the world in these times when both India and Russia individually are challenged at the international level, India's growing role as a leader of the global south and Russia within the Eurasian sphere, it is very important for them to come up with new ideas. And I think to boost their bilateral business, to boost India's share, I think joint ventures in defense sector particularly are very important. It can no longer just be a buyer-seller relationship, and we also need to move beyond BrahMos. So I think S-400 and S-500s are welcome, very delightful items for Indian defense people. But something concerning the joint production is something that I expect from this summit level meeting. The second is, if India wants to just expand its trade using conventional methods, that will not work. Your agriculture sector is not sufficient because Russia itself is a very powerful country when it comes to agricultural exports. It has been before the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia was supplying most of the agricultural commodities to Europe. So there again, I think pharma is a very promising sector, but so are rare earth minerals, semiconductor sectors, IT hardware, because India has traditionally been an IT software giant, giving all the opportunities to Russia, virtually, and I'm talking about Indian corporate sector. So IT hardware is something on which India and Russia could work together. Oil, of course, has been, the energy sector has been a big shareholder in India-Russia partnership. But there again, we have to find new ways to avoid sanctions. We have to find a mechanism whereby India is not put under greater pressure and Russia also somehow navigates these new sanctions by the Americans. So I think there is a need to go beyond the conventional methods of bilateral trade, think out of the box, and work on new areas, critical minerals and new and emerging technologies. Like I said before, new ways to promote trade in pharmaceuticals, in health sector, in health services, hospitals, and our hospitality sector, the tourism sector is very important. In health sector, I think nurses from India and doctors from India could also find a place in Russia and contribute massively to their health sector, which is not as strong as Indian health sector. And skilled migrants, I think, is where I'll pin my hopes on, along with tourism sector, where India and Russia could do a lot together.
Very interesting comments there, Professor. I am intrigued by what you said at the beginning, that it cannot be business as usual anymore when it comes to India-Russia bilateral trade and commerce. And I want to pick you up on that, and I sort of welcome your comments on that as well. When we talk about trade, India-Russia trade in particular, infrastructure and incentives go hand in hand. How do you incentivize Indian exporters to reach out to the Russian market? How can we assure the government of India or Russia or both ensure protection of the investments? Number one. Number two, connectivity is important when it comes to infrastructure or boosting trade and commerce. And what can you tell us about the status of the international north-south transport corridor and also the Chennai-Vladivostok maritime corridor? How are they coming along?
Well, Chennai-Vladivostok corridor, there is a lot that needs to be done to make it something that meets international standards and to make it fully functional.
Right.
On connectivity front, investments in infrastructure, India is open to this idea, and Russia is more than welcome in the infrastructure sector. There are a lot of areas where India is very comfortable working with its friends and like-minded countries. Northeastern states of India have recently witnessed a lot of investment from Japan and increasingly from Australia. So I think infrastructure building is where Russia could do a lot with India. Shipbuilding, as Ambassador Sinha earlier mentioned, is very important sector where India and Russia could work together. We can have JVs, we can also have the Russian investments in India, or the other way around, Indian investments in Russia and producing more ships, because India's requirements are massive. Now, India has also launched the Sagar Mala initiative, which is building ports and upgrading the maritime infrastructure of India. I think that is one critical sector where trust is a very important element. And Russia ticks all the boxes when it comes to strategic trust, the capacity to invest and operationalize projects, implement projects. So I think maritime sector and port building, port-related infrastructure is something that is worthy of our attention. And in that context, I think in terms of Russian investment in India, we could have more SEZs along our ports or along our coastal line, which is massive, more than 7,000 kilometers, but also in Russia. So India's Far Act East policy, which aims to connect Russia, and it is an extension of India's Act East policy, I think could be a very good tool. And all we have to do is extend the elements, the pillars of cooperation that we have as part of India's Act East policy with Southeast Asia, with countries of the South Pacific, and also East Asia. So I think on that front, a multi-dimensional approach to cooperation in building trade, in building greater trade partnership is important. And I think there are two countries which are important here, important examples. One is South Korea, with which India has been working very earnestly on shipbuilding and defense production areas. Not really just the defense, but also the civilian shipbuilding areas. So I think that is one area of cooperation. With Singapore, we have been working on infrastructure, on building advanced cities, smart cities. That is one area in which India and Russia could work together. And also with CLMV countries, the countries in Indochina, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, our infrastructure, IT, and English language training programs are very important. When we look at India-Russia, the relationship over past more than 7 decades, a major pitfall is that our people are not familiar with each other's languages. So India's Hindi or English language and Russian, we should have more higher education cooperation, collaboration. And that will also facilitate in familiarizing people. And Mark earlier mentioned the people-to-people connect. I think that people-to-people connect that we have with countries like Australia or Singapore or the US is somewhat missing in case of Russia. Whether it is inflow and outflow of Russian and Indian tourists, or it is the exchanges at the higher education level or think tank exchanges, there is a lot that can be done. And through people-to-people connect, greater people-to-people exchanges and their networking, I think a lot can happen. And this is where the corporate sector can play a very important role. I mean, tourism and hospitality sector are primarily led by the corporate sector. So they could play a very important role in boosting trade. And this boosting of trade is not just commodities and conventional methods. This could reach higher levels through people-to-people contacts. And
right, Professor, do hold your thoughts there. I hate to interrupt you there, but we're getting to you the latest from Hyderabad House.
साथ आज हमारी ये समिट आगे बढ़ रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं।
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his opening comments at the one-on-one meeting that the two principals between India and Russia are currently doing, and then they will have expanded level talks with their delegations as well. Prime Minister looking towards, a world which has less conflicts, less issues, and more, and also looking for peace. Here we are showing you more of these shots.
भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला है। कल से आपके डेलीगेशन के लोग अनेक मीटिंगों में व्यस्त रहे हैं और बहुत सारे आउटकम के साथ आज हमारी ये समिट आगे बढ़ रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ।
Right, so if you're just joining us, you were listening to Prime Minister Modi's opening remarks at the start of his summit with President Putin. Let me quickly recap the main takeaways from his remarks there. Prime Minister Modi began by talking about his association with President Putin that dates back to the turn of the millennium in October 2000, specifically when President Putin came to India for the first summit when both sides decided to elevate their ties to a strategic partnership. He described President Putin as a true friend of India. He went on to describe President Putin as a visionary, a leader with foresight who saw the evolution of India-Russia ties going forward as well and put them back on an even keel. And then, interestingly, Prime Minister Modi pivoted to talking about world peace. He spoke about the joint efforts being made for world peace, and he says and he hopes that the efforts will prove fruitful in the days to come. And he was equally optimistic about the outcomes of his talks to be held in New Delhi in the next several hours with President Putin. Right, so time to bring in our correspondents, our colleagues who are covering this summit for us. Siddharth Bharadwaj joins us from the Newspit, and joining me from Hyderabad House is my colleague Amrit Pal Singh. Amrit, to you first. Your thoughts, your takeaways from the Prime Minister's opening remarks. And I found it interesting that he pivoted to talking about world peace in general, and to my mind, Ukraine-Russia conflict in particular. He's saying that he hopes the joint efforts will bear fruit in the days to come. Your thoughts, Amrit, on the main highlights of the Prime Minister's opening remarks there?
Absolutely, Ramesh. He pivoted after welcoming him and saying that it is an expression of the visionary leadership of both India and Russia, that the ties have come to here in the past 25 years. But you're right, he pivoted to the peace talks, and he said that we've been exchanging notes since the conflict started, and I'm hopeful that the efforts that are being made to restore peace will bear fruit. But very interestingly, he made a remark saying that I've always said that India is not neutral in this. He said India is on the side of peace. And India has not been neutral throughout the conflict. India has always taken sides, and India has taken the side of peace. And he insisted that India will take this approach. The last time when he had met President Putin, not in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but back in Russia, the then SCO, he had told him that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. This time he did not use that expression, but he referred to the peace talks, which are essentially a sort of dialogue, which are trying to get the two sides to dialogue. And he said, we stand behind that, and I'm hopeful that it will lead to a lasting peace. And also with that will come the development of the world, and the world badly needs this conflict to end and peace to be restored. Ramesh?
Right. And Siddharth, the Prime Minister also spoke about the economic cooperation, and he highlighted about the new heights that this cooperation could take in the near future. What do you think? And the Prime Minister also spoke about the visionary leadership of President Putin. Put that into context for us in terms of looking at a future roadmap in terms of economic cooperation.
Well, definitely, Ramesh. I'm sorry, Mark. I told earlier as well that economic partnership between both the countries is actually, this is a sector. The trade sector is a very pivotal sector. It's a very important sector. When you talk about the partnership between both the countries, and I also earlier mentioned that it currently stands somewhere around $68.7 billion US. This is a great opportunity for India to actually narrow the deficit, because currently India exports less than $5 billion. The deficit is pretty big, and this is a great opportunity for India to actually narrow that. And economic partnership between both the countries is, by this historic visit of President Putin, is set to take place. It's set to elevate between both the countries. And when you talk about what Prime Minister just said in his opening remarks, he said that peace is the only way, and that, like my colleague Amrit Pal Singh has also mentioned, that India's stance is not neutral. India always goes for peace. India has always chosen peace, and dialogue and diplomacy are the only thing through which a solution could come out. No solution has ever been found on the battlefield. So he said that he's very much optimistic and hopeful that the peace in the global world would return really, really soon. When you talk about the significance of this visit, Mark, earlier I've also mentioned there is a very historic and significant visit by President Vladimir Putin. Both the leaders are there at the opening remarks. We have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking about the peace, and later in the day it will be followed by the engagements of both the leaders, and there are several MOUs which are expected to be signed, and one interesting thing would be the labor mobility pact, which is also expected here, and which will open up opportunities for the blue collar workers, and will also set up the legal framework when it comes to migration. And it will also contribute to the economy of both the nations. So in that manner, this is a very significant visit. And yes, what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said, by what he said, that we all got to know that India's stance is always choosing peace over everything, and that dialogue and diplomacy is the only way wherein peace could be restored.
Right, Siddharth and Amrit, thank you for your inputs. We'll come back to you momentarily. But in the meantime, let me go back to our guests joining us on this broadcast, Ambassador Sinha and Professor Mishra. Ambassador Sinha, to you first. What did you make of the Prime Minister's opening remarks there? Did he tick all the right boxes for you?
Absolutely. I think a very apt remarks He injected a personal element when he first met President Putin when he'd come here, and the role that President Putin has played in developing this relationship. I think that's something that we tend to forget, because he has basically steered our relations to where they are today. If you recall, when he became president, things between India and Russia, this is after the breakup of the Soviet Union, a few years after, in the interregnum you had the leaders in Russia, the Russian Federation, some of them were not particularly inclined, were not really keen on further developing relations with India. They were looking westwards, and they thought that their panacea lay in the West. Obviously, since then, they must have realized that that was just a chimera. I think President Putin realizes the importance of the relationship, realized it when he assumed power. He even realized it when he was, I think, deputy mayor of St. Petersburg many decades ago. So I think all credit to him, and of course to his Indian interlocutors, the Indian leaders who interacted with him, particularly Prime Minister Modi, for really building this very important relationship. I think Professor Mishra spoke about the Act East policy and the connectivity. I'd just like to mention the the International North-South Corridor, something that I have been personally associated with. In fact, I do recall visiting Chabahar, which is a very key pin of that corridor some time ago, 2011, I think. And the salience of developing this corridor, unfortunately, not much progress has been made because of the sanctions regime. Meanwhile, and not just on Russia, but also Iran. Meanwhile, the connectivity as such, from what I understand, has already been established. So I think when this conflict with Ukraine ends, and there's some semblance of normality, I do expect rapid progress on the international North-South corridor. And that would really help connecting India to not just Russia, but to Central Asia and to Europe ultimately.
Right, indeed. Professor Mishra, let's turn back once again to Prime Minister's references to peace. And he also did talk about, economic cooperation. If I try to relate the two, I mean, in terms of peace is only achievable, really, if there is economic security to some extent, isn't it? And we have seen in the past as well, many Nobel laureates have received the Peace Prize because of their work in working towards, providing economic security at the grassroots and the lowest levels. In this context, if we look at, our two countries in terms of our relationship in the economic sphere, you were talking really earlier about, the highly skilled people, but at the point there are semi-skilled people in large numbers who would require, greater opportunities abroad. And definitely, I mean, they have the model of the Gulf, where we can see Indians have done very well to raise the economy levels of the Gulf countries. Why can't the same be replicated in Russia?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Mark. I think this idea that Prime Minister Modi and President Putin would give a collective message to the world is already started, as we witnessed in Prime Minister Modi's opening remarks. It's a message to the world. It's a collective message that, number one, Russia-Ukraine conflict is something that worries India as a trusted, reliable partner of Russia, but also India's position, that India is not ambivalent. India is not sitting on the fence. India supports proactively the idea that peace should prevail in the region and between Russia and Ukraine. And he's also mentioned that President Putin has been briefing him regularly on the developments that have taken place so far on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So very important message, and I'm sure the world is listening carefully to this. Now coming to your question, the blue-collar labor migration is important. It has played a very important role, as you rightly pointed out, in the case of India's contribution to the Gulf. And Russia needs blue-collar workers in there. And India could fill that void, as it were, in the far eastern regions of Russia particularly. But I think more important and mutually beneficial way, I'm not sure if it can be materialized this time, but India and Russia must work together in migration, mobility of highly skilled workers. Russia is in need of developing its own IT sector, its own advanced technology sectors, and India could play that role. And it's a mutually beneficial area. There is a lot of absolute, I would say, absolute complementarity between the two countries on that front. Now, if you just take a look at the list of ministers who are accompanying President Putin, it gives us a very clear sign as to what they are planning and what kind of agreements can be expected. The rumors are, reports are that up to 20.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are dating together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that. Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship. As our countries and our economies move at more opportunities for cooperation, we open additional areas for cooperation, including those related to high-tech, aircraft, space exploration, high-tech, and artificial intelligence. We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area, and we are planning to move forward in all of these areas. This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship. Our teams have done a great work before this visit. They have prepared a great number of documents for us. We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them. I'm sure that we'll have a very fruitful working day.
Right, so there we heard President Putin make his opening remarks there at the beginning of his summit with Prime Minister Modi. He spoke about bilateral ties. He also spoke about the Ukraine-Russia conflict. He spoke about the opportunities for peace, and he thanked Prime Minister Modi for paying special attention to this issue.
Indeed, and we continue to have our guests with us as well as our correspondents. If our correspondents are available, let's go once again to Amritpal Singh for his reaction to what the Russian president has said, and to put that into context with what the Prime Minister said. Amrit, are you with us? Yeah. So you heard the comments of President Putin. Just relate that in a way to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said.
Thank Prime Minister Modi for his efforts and following this issue closely. And he said, and the Prime Minister in his remarks was very clear that India stands on the side of peace. And he hoped that the efforts being made to restore peace and end this conflict will bear fruit. So in that sense, the two sides, reiterated that the way forward is working towards peace. Of course, one can argue that Russia, the very fact that these efforts haven't really moved forward at the pace they should have is because both sides, that's Ukraine and Russia, have differing views on how to achieve or on what to agree on to end the conflict. But that said, President Putin was quite thankful of Prime Minister Modi, saying that he in a way thanked him, saying that we understand your position and you've been closely following that, and we appreciate that. And he also expressed confidence that the bilateral relationship will further deepen and the ties will be strengthened. Mark.
Amrit, you've covered several summits for us for the last many years now. And as it happens every so often, sometimes symbolism becomes as important as substance or substantive outcomes from a particular summit. In that context, I'd like you to weigh in on what we saw yesterday at the New Delhi airport upon President Putin's arrival. We saw Prime Minister Modi break protocol to receive him at the airport, number one. Number two, we saw the proverbial hug, warmth in their relationship. And last but not the least, a power ride in the Prime Minister's motorcade to Seva Tirth, the rechristened official residence of the Prime Minister, where the two leaders had a private dinner. And the Prime Minister also presented President Putin with a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. Your thoughts on the symbolism surrounding this visit of President Putin's?
I think what happened yesterday, the Prime Minister going to the airport to receive President Putin, then both of them riding to the Prime Minister's official residence in the same car. We saw a similar thing happen at Tianjin SCO a couple of months back. This signifies the importance that India attaches to Russia. Prime Minister Modi, as the Prime Minister of India, extending that gesture, or putting out that gesture for President Putin, shows the warmth of not just the two leaders, but also the symbolism is that India-Russia ties are pretty strong, are one of friendship. Because President Putin, in a media interview in Moscow just before he took off for Delhi, was asked about the car ride there in Tianjin. He said, I invited him over, it was impromptu, and it is it signifies our friendship. So the same way the Prime Minister, doing that gesture signifies the friendship between not just Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin, but between India and Russia. So I think yesterday's symbolism set the stage today for today's talks, which are right now going on in Hyderabad House behind me. Where the two sides would be behind closed doors looking at issues, how to narrow differences on issues that they have, and how to build on the complementarities that exist in the relationship, to take this relationship to greater heights or strengthen the relationship. So the giving of the Bhagavad Gita, I would read, signifies how in the message of Bhagavad Gita that you end the war and for the greater good, and finally the greater good will prevail. So I think that was a symbolism, but that has sort of set the stage not just for the talks that are taking place in Hyderabad House, but the events that follow, the business forum, where they look at strengthening the bilateral relationship and also exchanging views on how the two countries can contribute towards greater global good, a lasting peace in the world, restoration of global supply chains, and getting back to solving the problems that face humanity today.
Indeed, and if I may add, Amrit, there very quickly on the Bhagavad Gita dimension of the relationship. The Bhagavad Gita is essentially Lord Krishna's advice to Arjuna on the battlefield, and it helps resolve his own dilemma. So in a way, the Bhagavad Gita might contain solutions to world leaders, world crises that we are facing as we speak. And who knows, it might come handy for world leaders in different parts of the world, including Russia for that matter, Mark.
Indeed, and a Russian translation of the Bhagavad Gita being given to President Putin. But Professor Mishra, a conversation has been talking about symbolism. If we look at experience, I mean, these are two of the most experienced leaders on the world stage currently. 25 years going is what President Putin has brought to this office. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been in elected office for almost the same length of time. And on the world stage, we can see that, his stature continues to grow. So in this context, when they talk about issues like world peace, is there, that element of credibility that, can be added to it?
Absolutely. Both these statesmen are very experienced, and they have led their respective countries in a remarkable fashion. The kind of economic development that has taken place in both India and Russia, the diplomacy, the statecraft, military strategy, battling the battles that are necessary, all of this tells us that both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin are on the same page when it comes to their leadership capabilities. In terms of symbolism, I would also like to draw your attention to this very smart, very subtle gesture that Prime Minister Modi made. Giving Bhagavad Gita is not just about peace. It is peace as the first option. And there is a very interesting shloka in Bhagavad Gita, which says that, Hatava prapasi swarga, jito ava bhokshase mahim, tatmat uthis kaunteya yuddhaya kritanashya. So if you read between the lines, it doesn't say that, India's message, Prime Minister Modi's message is very clear. You don't have to give up your rights, your territory, just to make peace. You have to do what is right, what is just, what is honorable for people of Russia. So even though India is talking about peace, it is talking about a just peace. It is talking about peace that is acceptable to Russia and on its own terms. So I think the message is very clear. If we go by the message that Lord Krishna gave to Arjuna, I think a similar message has been conveyed here by Prime Minister Modi to President Putin, that he stands shoulder to shoulder with Russia on these things, negotiating an agreement which is respectable, which is honorable for the country that is Russia and its people. So a lot of messaging here.
Indeed, talking about messaging, if I may just add to what Professor Mishra was saying there, the Bhagavad Gita is a compendium of distilled ancient Indian wisdom. And to many scholars around the world, this could be a treatise, a book, a reference point, a reference guide, as it were, for world leaders everywhere to take recourse to in the times of dilemma, when they do not know which path to take or which path not to take. So who knows, as far as messaging goes, this might help world leaders, including President Putin, in the days ahead, given the crises that he and the world generally faces. But we'll come to messaging in just a bit, but time to go back to our colleagues who are covering this summit for us. Vishal Ballister joins us. Vishal, now you've covered the defense talk between India and Russia that were held yesterday in New Delhi. Your expectations from the summit itself in terms of deliverables insofar as defense is concerned, Vishal?
Well, absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ramesh and Mark. Yes, this is going to be a very, very important visit. It's a 30-hour speed visit, as we may call, of President Putin. And it is focused on the strategic alliance between the two countries. And the timing is very, very important because we are celebrating 25 years of India-Russia bilateral relations. And when we talk about the defense deal, yes, the focus is very much on there, because you saw how the defense minister of Russia, he came a day ahead of President Putin's visit, and the whole defense of India-Russia deal is very, very important for both India and Russia, because Russia has been facing sanctions from the Western Front, and it wants to push its own deals, and India at the same time would like to maintain its strategic autonomy, and that is why India and Russia have to tread very cautiously, because India has also to look at different options. But as far as this visit is concerned, the key areas would be the delivery of S-400. We saw how S-400 was very, very helpful to India during Operation Sindoor, and we are also expecting more such units which were postponed to 2026 because of the ongoing Ukraine-Russia war. And India would like to have a timeline on the delivery, and at the same time would like to have advanced variant of S-400 and maybe S-500. And as far as the deal with China, between China and Pakistan is concerned, the J-35 stealth fighters to Pakistan by China has not gone unnoticed. So India would also be looking at options. So yes, we have an option in Russia. They are ready with their Su-57, which is the advanced version of Sukhoi. We are also looking for the advanced variants of Sukhoi 30 S-29 squadrons of Indian Air Force are dependent on Sukhois. So these are the options that India would be looking at, Mark.
Vishal, also, when we look at You talked about S-400. There's also possibility of S-500 and Su-57. The unique relationship that we have with Russia is that they allow co-development. They allow technology transfer, which gives them a certain advantage in terms of our dealing with them. But the only issue is that sanctions may follow. To this extent, how is the Ministry of Defense actually looking at the potential of all the tried and tested, weaponry that Russia has, because they've been fighting a long war, in terms of getting the best for our country and the threat perception that we have in our neighborhood?
Well, absolutely, Mark. Very, very crucial issue raised by you. We've seen during Operation Sindoor, India was fighting a two-front war that is out in the open domain because the Pakistani army and the Air Force were having Chinese weapons. And we've seen how Russian weapons were very, very helpful to us. But at the same time, we also have to look about the pressure from America. America has been pressurizing India, and we've seen the result of a 50% tariff. And also the European Union is applying a lot of sanctions on Russia. But Russia has always been India's dependable partner from the days of the era of Soviet Union. And we have seen how Sukhoi and their other aircraft carriers have been helpful for India's defense. So definitely we cannot ignore defense despite of all the pressure. But at the same time, India would like to maintain its strategic autonomy and also to further bolster its strategic alliance with Russia. So when Russia is ready with its technology transfer, that would be a welcome step for India, because India has been focusing more on Make in India campaign. And let me also tell you that in January 2025, when the year began, it was announced by the defense minister that this is going to be the year of reforms. So India is looking at all options, but technology transfer is one of the area which would interest India as well, because we already have their aircrafts in our Air Force. 29 squadrons are all armed with the Russian Sukhois, and their surface to air defense also, then aircraft carrier, I beg your pardon. We have two aircraft carriers, and we are expecting the third one very, very soon. So it is going to be the technology transfer which is going to interest India very much. Mark?
Right, Vishal, thank you for your insights. We'll come back to you momentarily, if we can, later on this broadcast. But going back to our guest, Professor Mishra, who is still with us, will be joined momentarily by another guest, Ambassador Meera Shankar, in just a bit. We'll try to connect with her as well. But coming to you, Professor Mishra, if we take a step back and look at Russia per se, in its regional and global influence, Russia would say that it is a power. It's here to stay. It's a force to reckon with. It is no pushover. It's a consequential power on the world stage. In your estimation, how would Russia or Moscow or the Kremlin be looking at this commentary or discourse about a new G2 comprising the US and China? And in that context, do throw some light on Russia-China ties as well.
Look, Russian position on G2 is very clear. They are against G2 and they support multipolar world order, which has equal respect for all the countries, if not equal share in terms of decision making. Russia is still a member of the United Nations Security Council, and that gives us tremendous power in comparison with China, which is often called the second most important country in the world economically and militarily, is not true. I mean, for all practical purposes, even though China is a huge economy, number 2 in the world, when it comes to diplomacy, diplomatic influence, and military partnership, strategic partnership, Russia is far ahead of China. So that makes Russia a bit uncomfortable with this idea of G2. We also understand, and I've read a number of Chinese commentaries on G2, for them G2 is just a small short-time leverage to deal with Trump. They know that Trump is not going to respect G2. He's not going to follow through on this. and they look at G2 as one of the attempts to re-engage, reset their ties with Trump. Now, so far as Russia-China relationship is concerned, I think they have a lot of strategic understanding and trust, and they understand that they are on the same side on a number of fronts. UNSC resolutions prove it over and over again. They have mutually overlapping strategic interests and shared concerns on the US hegemony in the world. Their partners are more or less the same, except this India-China bit. I think Russia and China have a lot to share, and they have a lot in common in terms of their diplomatic influence and their relations. On the trade front, just like India, Russia is also very uncomfortable with China. So Russia-China partnership, even though it is very good at the moment, has a transactional nature. Unlike India-Russia partnership, which is not transactional, both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin talked about the emotional bond, the trust that they have. In case of Russia and China, this is more a tactical design because of their.
So they have their differences, right? They have their own differences.
They have a lot of differences, and
right.
It includes even the labor mobility. If you look at how the Chinese labor has been treated,
right.
Especially in the eastern and southern part of Russia, it is very clear that Russia is not very happy with the way Chinese labor has been
right.
migrating to Russia and trying to settle down in that country. And they have their loyalties with China. So I think Russia's uncomfort or discomfort with the Chinese labor is something that gives India an added advantage. And also the fact that Russia and China, they have a short-term tactical alliance, is manifested in the fact that it was Russia which wanted India in the SCO, whereas China wanted Pakistan. In BRICS also we see this kind of dynamics where Russia keeps supporting the Indian agenda and Indian items, and China does not. Last year SCO defense minister meeting was a telling tale of how India and China are, on differing sides when it comes to terrorism. But India and Russia are on the same page. And this meeting also, after this high-level meeting, consultation and MOU on fighting terrorism together and intelligence sharing is also likely to come up. So that tells us a lot about the trust that exists between India and Russia, and also the tactical arrangement alliance that China has with Russia. So these are two different stories, and one doesn't harm the other.
Okay, Professor Mishra, I'll come back to you on that issue and the power dynamics that are on. But currently, let's go back and listen to the two principals once again. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin held bilateral talks at the Hyderabad House in New Delhi. The two leaders held detailed discussions aimed at further strengthening the bilateral relationship between the two countries. The Prime Minister said that India and Russia share a long-lasting and time-tested bond.
एक्सेलेंसी, मेरे परम मित्र, मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मुझे फिर से एक बार भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला है। कल से आपके डेलीगेशन के लोग अनेक मीटिंगों में व्यस्त रहे हैं और बहुत सारे आउटकम के साथ आज हमारी ये समिट आगे बढ़ रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुँचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीज़ों से अवगत कराया। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका जय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ।
Excellency, Prime Minister, dear friends, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and for just the sitting too. It was very good. Friendly and at the same time a very substantial talk. I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are dating together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that. Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship. As our countries and our economies move at more opportunities for cooperation, we open additional areas for cooperation, including those related to high-tech, aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence. We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area, and we are planning to move forward in all of these areas. This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship. Our teams have done a great work before this visit. They have prepared a great number of documents for us. We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them. I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful working day.
Right, so there you heard the opening comments by the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, ahead of their delegation level talks at the 23rd India-Russia summit taking place in New Delhi. Time to bring in our guest joining us on this broadcast, Ambassador Meera Shankar, former Indian ambassador to the United States and Germany. Also with us is Professor Rahul Mishra from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. Ambassador Shankar, welcome to DD India. We are standing by for the press statements by the two leaders as the summit is underway, we are told. But let's hear from you about how the visit has shaped up so far, starting from his arrival, President Putin's arrival in New Delhi yesterday, where he was received by the Prime Minister, no less, and his engagements through the evening and this morning as well.
I think it's quite clear that Prime Minister Modi has extended a special gesture to President Putin by receiving him at the airport.
Right.
It's beyond protocol, beyond normal protocol. And then the two leaders have driven together in the limousine for a private dinner at Prime Minister Modi's residence. So the symbolism of the special relationship is matched by the gestures which have been extended to him by our leaders, to President Putin, by our leaders. Now, this meeting is taking place at a kind of crucial juncture in international affairs. On the one hand, you have the peace efforts by the Americans on the Ukraine conflict, which have intensified, and there's been frequent consultation. There was a 28-point informal peace plan which the US put forward, which was not accepted by Ukraine and Europe because they said it weighed too heavily on the Russian side. Then that plan was modified. Then there have been just recently subsequent consultations on the amended plan with Russia. And Russia has said that, it doesn't really meet their expectations, but there are points on which there is some convergence, and the crucial issue of territory remains outstanding. What will be the territorial concessions? What will, eventually be the line which separates the part which Russia has occupied in Ukraine? Then there are issues of security guarantees and so on. Now, from India's point of view, it is important that the peace process succeed because we have borne the brunt of the consequences of the intensifying conflict between the US and NATO on one hand, and Ukraine, and Russia on the other hand. So if there is peace, if there is a reintegration of Russia into the global economy, it makes it much easier for the two countries to actually develop their economic relationship to full potential. So India is a vital stakeholder in peace in Ukraine. Having said that, we are not an active player in the peace process. So in this case, though it's a very important issue for us, we would have heard out President Putin's account of where issues stand at the moment, how he sees this whole process unfurling in future, and what the future prognosis is likely to be as far as the Russian perspective is concerned. The second major issue for the two countries to confront is that, there have been expanding sanctions by the US on Russian oil supplies to India, and now secondary sanctions on any country which buys oil from two Russian companies which have been sanctioned. And these secondary sanctions have caused Indian companies, especially the private sector companies who have been importing from Russia, to weigh where their balance of interest lies, because many of them have more exposure to the US market and would take that into their calculations. So there is likely to be a reduction in Russian oil imports into India in the near future. And then, I think it's important for the two countries to see how they can give a new direction to their economic cooperation. For instance, fertilizers is another huge item for Indian imports. And these are essential imports. They are not optional. They are not imports where we have a choice. So that could be one area where the two countries can work out new partnerships. From India's point of view, we would also like to see Russia buy more, because we exported just about $5 billion worth of goods to Russia. Russia exported about $63 billion worth of goods to India. Yes, this was largely on account of energy exports, and that is a special kind of situation because it's an essential import, and if we didn't buy from Russia, we would buy from some other country, probably at a higher price. So these are inflexible imports, if you will. So the two countries will also see if there are workarounds possible in terms of continuing some degree of oil imports, because Russian oil per se has not been sanctioned, but two large Russian oil companies have been sanctioned. So is it possible to work out practical arrangements through other means? I think the two countries will be discussing this as well. Uh, we are looking at finding ways to harmonize our regulatory system so that the non-tariff barriers which Indian exports face in entering the Russian market are reduced. And the goods that we are looking at for possible export include agricultural products, fruits, marine products, pharmaceuticals, electronics, automobile components. So I think it's a pretty full agenda. The two countries are expected to declare a roadmap for developing strategic economic cooperation for the next decades. And this is going to be important. Now, in addition to the economic relationship, which is going to be the focus, there are strategic areas where Russia has been a key partner over the long term, including defense, though imports from Russia have reduced, and they are now about 36% of our total imports, from a position where they were the main supplier, because India has been seeking to diversify. Today, India is seeking to actually develop its own defense industrial base. So where can Russia partner with us in this process? We've seen that the BrahMos, which was jointly developed and jointly produced, has been an exceptional weapon system which proved its worth in the recent Operation Sindoor. There are modifications, upgradations of the BrahMos in the pipeline, possible lighter BrahMos which can be used on lighter aircraft, extending the range of BrahMos. But going beyond BrahMos, what are the areas in which joint development, joint production could be possible, or which could contribute to India's own production capabilities? We also have concerns about delays in delivery schedules because of Russia's own overextension on the military side as a result of the conflict in Ukraine. So the S-400, I think two batteries are still to be delivered, and it's been pushed to next year. There's also a nuclear-powered attack submarine, I think, which was to be leased, which was in the pipeline. That again is delayed. So I think timelines which can be adhered to for supply of weapon systems to India would be important. And that would give the confidence to go ahead with fresh orders for S-400, maybe even S-500, because they've also proved their worth in the recent conflict. Russia is offering, fighters, the Su-57. It's a new fifth generation stealth fighter with full transfer of technology. Here, I think India will take a call because there are competitive offers also from other countries, and it will weigh which best suits its requirements. So there is quite a lot in the pipeline. The Russian parliament ratified the reciprocal extension of logistics support agreement, RELOS, just before Putin came to India, even though it was signed some time back. This means that India will provide logistic support to Russian ships and aircraft, and Russia can provide logistic support to Indian ships and aircraft. And this means that probably there could be stepping up of military exercises between the two countries, or in any case, it will smoothen and streamline the administrative processes for conducting such military exercises. On the nuclear side, India is looking to expand its nuclear program by a significant leap, given that we want to expand our renewable energy basket and to stabilize and have a baseline, energy provider or source. Then nuclear energy becomes very important because it won't contribute to carbon emissions and help us achieve net zero. Now, apart from the large nuclear reactors, where Russia has been the one foreign country with which our projects took off at Kudankulam, where you already have 2 reactors which are in place. 2 are currently in the pre-commissioning phase. That means they are built and the pre-commissioning tests are going on, and 2 more are scheduled to be built. So the terms for those, I suppose, will be discussed and finalized. But beyond that, new artificial intelligence centers are huge energy guzzlers. Data centers are huge energy guzzlers. And small modular nuclear reactors are being seen as a possible green way to actually provide energy to such centers. Now, Russia is the one country which has actually built a small modular reactor. They have it functioning. It's a floating one offshore, but they are the one country in position actually already with such technology. China has a small technology demonstrator. US companies are still trying to evolve the technology.
Right.
So it's a possibility that the 2 countries could cooperate in this area as well. Similarly, in space, where Russia, if you recall, had provided us the first cryogenic engine, that enabled us to actually have a geostationary orbit. And subsequently, India mastered the cryogenic engine technology and has built its own geostationary satellites. So again, an area of close cooperation between India and Russia. Looking to the future, there could be possibilities in this area.
Indeed.
But, at the same time, I would say that India has to navigate, because we have signaled that we will not be dictated to in terms of how we conduct our relationship or balance our relations between the great powers. But at the same time, India has equities in the US economically as an economic partner, in Europe, and we would like to keep that open. We also see good relations there. So it'll be a delicate navigating act for Indian diplomacy and Indian leadership.
Indeed. Let's turn to Professor Rahul Mishra once again, who's joined us from the School of International Studies, GNU. Ambassador Meera Kumar has given us a lot to unpack there on the bilateral front, but if we look back a little bit, move back and let's take a wide-angle view a little bit and put this into a regional and global context. You were talking a little earlier, Professor Mishra, about the G2 and, the way China and the US are, dominating world affairs. In this context, if we say India is the fastest growing global economy, our Commerce and Industry Minister goes across the world, talks about the 2047 vision where we are going to be, a $30 trillion economy and the like. In that context, what has Russia, got to lose by, they already have a trade surplus of $63 billion. If India is going to be a $30 trillion economy and they continue to do business with us, their economy is going to grow as fast.
Well, so far as trade deficit is concerned, my sense is that we should not worry much about that. Because as Ambassador Shankar pointed out, The first is that our energy supplies, if we did not buy oil from Russia, we would still buy it from other countries, right? From Gulf, from Southeast Asia, from Brunei, from the US, and so on and so forth. So these are essential commodities for Indian industrial sector and Indian household. And this is very important. The second critical aspect is of India-Russia defense is defense imports that we have from Russia. Now, even there, the plus point that Russia has is that they are willing to transfer technology, which no other country is willing to share with us. The US, even on the nuclear side, they had the end user management agreement. They, whatever technology they are willing to transfer, there are so many times there have been flip-flops. They are not really keen on sharing technology. With European partners also, we have seen the same thing with France and Germany and the UK. So the situation is very difficult for India. And Russia stands out as a partner which is not only willing to provide advanced defense technologies such as S-400s and now S-500s or Su-57, but they are also willing to transfer technology. Now that makes it very interesting. So you have to, for a moment, even though it is hurting our Indian economy that there is huge trade surplus, this is not as bad as with, what India has with China, for example. India's trade imbalance with China is harming Indian economy because we don't have a reciprocal market access. We don't have equal access to the Chinese market, and there is absolutely no transfer of technology. Whereas in case of Russia, we need to go, as I mentioned earlier, we need to find new ways to work with them on the trade front. Agriculture, to my mind, is certainly not the area where India could do more because of non-tariff barriers. There are phytosanitary norms. There are standards that Russia follows, and unfortunately, Indian corporate sector does not. Indian exporters do not. So I think these issues have to be kept in mind. There are sectors like pharma, as I mentioned earlier, health sector is another one. Services sector is where I pin my hopes on. And I think President Modi is already, President Putin has already mentioned that artificial intelligence and space and semiconductor are the new sectors. So if India and Russia are willing to work together on artificial intelligence, on new and emerging technologies, I think that can be a big plus. That can be a game changer in India-Russia partnership because we already have space, defense, and the maritime sector, shipbuilding, the emerging sector of shipbuilding. So there are new areas on which we must focus on. And I would suggest that for a moment, for next, let's say 5 years, we should not worry much about our imports from Russia. What should worry us is our imports, our trade imbalance with China.
Right. Ambassador Shankar, going back to what you said earlier on in your opening remarks there, you spoke about how the US sanctions on Russian entities coupled with US tariffs on India could be a veritable double whammy for India in particular. In that context, you spoke about, and understandably so, why India could be expected to reduce its imports of oil from Russia. But what's the via media? What kind of practical arrangements that you referred to could both sides put in place to obviate these external circumstances? For instance, when we talk about payment mechanism, banking services, or trading in national currencies, rupee-ruble trade, could BRICS play a role in sort of circumventing some of these issues?
Well, you know, the trouble with BRICS is that when they look at circumventing some of these issues, it always inevitably ends up with Chinese dominance. So I think a bilateral arrangement is far better for India because India would not like to make payments in yen or Chinese currency. And I think that is what the two countries have been discussing, how to have trade in bilateral currency and settlement in bilateral currencies, and also to encourage Russian investment in India through some of the rupee resources which it raises on account of this trade. As far as the oil sanctions are concerned, if you notice that the sanctions were put not on Russian oil per se, but on two large Russian oil companies. There are other companies. Is it possible that you can work out arrangements which will not, cross the sanctions, but will enable you to sustain some degree of energy imports from Russia. So I think these are all issues which will be discussed, but so much is also contingent on how the conflict in Ukraine progresses, either on the ground, because Russia has been making gains in the Donbas region, and they keep, expressing the view that Ukrainian forces could crumble at some stage, or on the other hand, through the negotiating table with the discussions which President Trump has initiated with Russia, as well as with Ukraine and the Europeans, though the gulf between the two positions remains quite wide. But whatever the positions are, they will be influenced by how the situation on the ground develops, because that will be the key factor, in a sense, in determining what are plausible outcomes.
Ambassador Shankar, President Putin came here in 2021 last. That was before the military operation. And, he comes here now, which some people look at as perhaps the end game of this military conflict in Ukraine, which you were referring to. But, the U.S., which has been imposing the sanctions largely under the Biden administration, and of course the Trump administration looks at putting tariffs on the rest of the world as well. But the issue is, would Trump, who looks at a transactional approach and a deal-making approach, be willing to he's already put this 50% tariff on India. Would it be realistic to see that, he's going to punish India more for dealing with Russia when he himself is actually quite keen to deal with Russia, considering the numerous resources that they have?
Well, I think inner coherence is not a virtue for the Trump administration. They happily take contradictory positions on various issues. So even as they reach out to Russia, even as their companies are negotiating re-entry into the energy sector with Russia, deals on critical minerals, and even today, the US is importing uranium hexafluoride for its nuclear power plants from Russia. It is importing palladium. It is importing fertilizers, all these from Russia. So, and Europe has now taken the view that they will phase out oil exports by the end of 26 and gas exports by the end of 27. So though that gives 2 years, to Europe, but India is being punished immediately. So, it's a double standard that we are seeing here. And as I said, the way the conflict in Ukraine pans out, either on the ground or through the negotiating table, will impact all this. Of course, at the moment, there is a bill in the US Congress which is threatening to increase sanctions to 500%, secondary sanctions to 500% on countries which import Russian oil and so on. And, so there are these contradictory moves. Yes. On the one hand, the negotiations, especially the 28-point peace plan, which Trump originally put forward, had proposals for gradual withdrawing of sanctions on Russia and for reintegration of Russia into the global economy and even into the G7, which Trump said could again become the G8. But also the possibility that if Russia intervened militarily again, all this would be snapped back and the sanctions would come back. So yes, clearly the US is also looking at a post-conflict scenario and trying to position itself in a favorable position with Russia. Europe is looking at continuing the conflict. They
Right.
don't want to come to terms with the position on the ground. They still think they can change it and somehow get better terms for Ukraine. So it's an interesting situation.
Right.
Added to this, there are internal pressures on the Ukrainian administration because of a corruption scandal, which has claimed two cabinet ministers and the chief of staff of President Zelensky, who had led the Ukrainian team in the last round of discussions with the US, and upon return, he was removed. So, it's a very fluid situation. I think India needs to show a little,
Sure.
what could I call it, perseverance
Right.
in
Indeed.
terms of, of handling the situation. And perhaps things will not be so bad in future.
Absolutely. Professor Mishra, while we are waiting for the outcomes from the India-Russia summit, let's zoom out a bit and look at the region as a whole. Would you anticipate or expect some spin-offs of India in terms of third countries or regions, namely Iran, Afghanistan, Central Asia, or for that matter, the Arctic? I ask you this question because India and Russia are both invested heavily insofar as their ties with Iran is concerned. As far as Afghanistan goes, Russia is the only country so far to officially recognize the Taliban there. India is moving in that direction, no doubt. Central Asia, another area of interest for both Russia and India, and of course the Arctic. So could we expect some spin-offs for India in these areas or countries or regions?
I think Afghanistan would certainly be a strategically advantageous position if India and Russia agree on working together in building the Afghan economy,
Right.
working with the Taliban, and keeping in mind the fact that Afghanistan is going through a very turbulent period of relationship with Pakistan. So Afghanistan certainly is something that India and Russia could work together on. Central Asia is, of course, very interesting. India and Russia have been working together in Central Asian region. SCO is a very good platform, especially the RATS, which is an anti-terrorism unit cooperation mechanism. So that is also a possibility. But I think Arctic is where the real gem lies. India and Russia could work
Why do you say
together.
that? Why do you say that?
For two reasons. One, even though Russia has enough capabilities to manage Arctic on its own, it needs more partners. And it is worried first about the American increasing interest and intervention in the region. And second, the growing Chinese capabilities and their claims that the Arctic also belongs to them. So they have the Arctic Silk Road and Polar Silk Road and whatnot. So I think the Russian concerns are on both China and the US side, and India stands out as a reliable, trusted partner who has interests, intentions, and capabilities to work with Russia in the Arctic region to optimally utilize the resources available and work together in developing more capacities in extracting resources. So I think Arctic is where India and Russia certainly must work together.
Ambassador Shankar, you were talking about Russia's reintegration with the global economy. What would you say is Russia's identity? Where does it belong? I mean, does it belong to Europe in that context? And I mean, there you say that Europe wants to continue the war with Russia. And I ask this also from the point of view because they are reluctant to allow people into their country. And, people like us would probably have a different identity, which has would have an issue on where they actually belong, whether Russia belongs to Europe or belongs to Asia or has an identity of its own.
I think it has an identity of its own. It's always looked partly towards Asia. The Europeans have also always thought of Russia as partly Asiatic, as they used to call it. And though the Russian elite has been oriented towards Europe, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, the emerging Russian elite looked to integration into European security architecture and into the European economy. Their consumption patterns also, you know, in terms of imports, were largely from Europe. And I think the sanctions which were imposed since 2014, actually, it's not even now, have pushed Russia towards China. You know, the gas pipelines, which were originally going to Europe, now there are new pipelines going to China, expansion of these pipelines, and differences on pricing which had held these up were quickly resolved in the, you know, on the back of European pressure on Russia. And today, Russia looks more towards Asia because of the fact that the West has squeezed it into a corner and indeed made it dependent to some extent on China. And that is something that the Russians probably also are not comfortable with. And therefore, they always say that our relationship with China is in one basket and our relationship with India is in a separate basket, and they don't impinge on one another. But for India, it has been a matter of concern because at the end of the day, if there are long-term economic and strategic dependencies which develop, they influence the direction of policy. This time, President Putin, of course, has said that the Russian relationship with India is without limits, you know, putting it on par with what he said for China. But I think that in the real world, the relationship with Russia has to be structured and developed within the realities of a Western-dominated world. So I think there are limits, and especially for a country like India, which has, you know, exposure to Western economies, Western technologies, and so on, and would like to keep good relations with the West as well. So I think that India has to build its relationship with Russia, carve its autonomous space, and preserve it also where necessary. But at the same time, do it without giving gratuitous offense to the US and the West. Now, that's difficult because the US has taken gratuitous offense at very legitimate actions which India has taken in its own self-interest. So I think we have to ride out this period and see what happens in a possible post-conflict scenario.
Indeed. Professor Mishra, carrying forward this very thought about Russia's identity, Russia's sense of its own identity, whether Russia sees itself as an Asian power or European power, you know, just to put this thought, you know, sharing this thought with you and our viewers as well, the Russia RT, formerly Russia Today, is entering India in a big way. Because they've been banned elsewhere in Europe and the Americas, they are looking at India in a big way, and they are increasing their footprint, as it were, in the broadcasting space. Now, the RT India's tagline is, and I am quoting it here, "Not anti-Western, just not Western." Your thoughts on Russia's sense of identity?
I think they've touched the right chord with India. I mean, this is one sentiment that even Prime Minister Modi today, when he made his inaugural comments, you know, he gave a similar kind of impression that India is not, you know, even Indian position is not against the US or against the West, the Western world. It's just that India is Asian enough and strong enough to have its independent existence and autonomous foreign and security policy. So I think RT, the way they've been reporting, is very clearly in tune with Indian media ecosystem, and they're going to work very well in the Indian system, in the Indian with the Indian masses. Now, as far as the Russian identity is concerned, traditionally Russia sees itself as a double-headed eagle, where one side looks at Europe and the other side looks at Asia. They experiment and very sincerely experimented with this idea that they must cooperate with the West and particularly with Europe. But that idea has not materialized. Russia walked out very disheartened and disappointed. NATO's eastward expansion created a lot of problems for Russia. If you go through President Putin's statements over the past 10 years, it is very clear that Russia has been warning, Russia has been requesting that NATO's expansion towards the east is not a good idea. It will put the Russian national security interest in harm's way, and it will also jeopardize the relationship that Russia has with the European Union and wider Europe. So I think the Russian position is now very clear. Look towards Asia, and in addition to China, India is the most important country for them. So the media presence will do two things. One, directly messaging the Russian perspective on international relations, on domestic fronts, on civilizational, cultural, societal issues, but also facilitating this greater people-to-people engagement, making Indian people understand how Russia works, what is Russia like as a country domestically, and its approach, and also bringing these news items, news stories about India back to Russia, and that will make Russians more familiar with India. So beyond the state-to-state diplomacy and very strong cooperation, this presence of RT, and I hope some Indian media channels will also get equally prominent access in the Russian media, starting with the DD News.
Why not? Why not?
And that will open new vistas of cooperation.
Absolutely.
And this is very important. This should have happened 10 years back between India and Russia, so that there is direct reporting, not through the West. And in the international media, the problem is that all we hear about the third world, so-called, or the developing global south is through the US eyes or the British newspapers. And that, in many ways, changes the perception of Indians. It does not really reflect the Indian or the global south position. The way The Economist and the BBC and New York Times and Washington Post have been reporting of events in Africa and Latin America are very good examples on that count. And we did see earlier during the COVID times how people on Twitter, or X as it is today, people on Twitter used to report on Washington Post style of COVID-19 pandemic in the US, and that was hilarious, I thought. So we need greater direct communication between Indian and Russian side, not just on the media front, but also wider and greater people-to-people connect directly. And social media is also another possibility. If Russia and India could work more closely on having a common shared platform, I think that will be another plus point.
Indeed.
Indeed, we are standing by for statements of the two principals, which we are expecting any moment now. But we will continue expanding on our discussions. Ambassador Meera Shankar, the defense area, you were talking about really us having concerns about delays in deliveries. Of course, Russia has been fighting a war, so hence there may be reasons why there are delays. But also at the fact that since the military-industrial complex has been functional, we should be getting equipment that is state-of-the-art and tested in that sense. I mean, after all, we look at how to test particular weapons, and we can see that the war has tested a lot already. In that context, and also the ability that they are willing to share technology with us, is that really the clincher that we should be going with Russia in terms of most of our defense dealings in future?
I think India will continue to have multiple suppliers. I think we want to avoid a situation where we are over-dependent on one supplier, because God forbid, there's some issue which crops up. then that supply gets disrupted. So I think we would like to have a multiplicity of suppliers, but clearly Russia has an advantage in terms of our objective of building a defense industrial base of our own in India. They are the one country with whom we have actually jointly developed, funded, developed, and produced the BrahMos. Apart from the licensed production of their MiGs and Sukhois and other equipment, you know, the tanks and so on, which we have been doing in the past. The BrahMos was a new type of venture because it was jointly funded, jointly developed, and jointly produced. Though there were still areas of sensitive technology in the BrahMos which the Russians did not share with India. So, you know, a lot of it is a question of how you negotiate, because all countries hold technology very closely because that is what gives them their supremacy. And therefore, for India, it's also how you negotiate with other countries. But at the same time, we can't let the best become the enemy of the good, because what we did get from Russia was about the best that we have got. The other example I gave you was the cryogenic engine technology, which has enabled us to have satellites in geostationary orbit. We had them in elliptical orbit or polar orbit in the past. We didn't have geostationary satellites. So there have been very good examples where we have worked together jointly, or where the Russians have helped us to adapt technology for our purposes, and where they have licensed production, and in that licensing they have given full access to technology and production in India. So that will obviously be a very positive factor when we look at placing orders. But I think what India needs to do is to look very hard at where it can tighten its belt and say, okay, even if we make less sophisticated weapons on our own, let's see where we can do it, and can we, you know, hold out so we make improvements and eventually build the capabilities where we need partnerships and where we get the least life cycle costs, not just the cost of purchasing, but the life cycle cost of the project. So if there is joint production in India, it means that you have security of supplies, that eventually costs could come down, that in future spares will not be a problem, even if that production line goes off the shelf, you know. So in the US, for instance, this is an issue where a production line goes off the shelf, then spares may not be available. So you have to stock them up in advance. There are issues, and I think the way we have to look at purchase of weapon systems is what gives you the least operational cost and the least lifetime cycle cost.
Indeed. On our programming note, let me remind our viewers that we are standing by for the joint press statements by Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. We'll get you that live when it becomes available. But going back to our guest and the discussion, Professor Mishra. Professor Mishra, we discussed about the media and broadcasting space, how media exchanges should be welcomed going forward to encourage, to boost, the communication or conversations between the peoples of the two countries. But as an academic yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it just me, or do you think that there is a dearth of scholarship on Russia in India? There's not enough focus is being given to research on India-Russia ties? Right, we'll try to connect with Professor Mishra in just a bit. But if I can take that question across to you, Ambassador Shankar, do you think that the Indian academia might not be paying enough attention to India-Russia relations as much as one would like them to? Do you think there's a dearth of scholarship in India on Russia?
Yes, I think there is. And, we don't have familiarity with Russia. Today, you have a situation where most Indian families have some relative or the other in the United States, or some family in UK, Canada, or Australia. So we are very familiar with these countries
Right.
socially. But with Russia, I think the social interaction between people has been thin. The economic relationship has been thin, other than in the area of energy and then defense and nuclear and so on. So I think there's need to broaden that, to widen and deepen it as well, to have more people-to-people exchanges, to have more scholarship on each other, to have a deeper and broader, more substantive economic engagement. And that will lead to, a relationship which is not just then driven at the state to state and official level.
Right. Ambassador Shankar, if we look at, perhaps some reasons why, we haven't developed enough interest or from the academic point of view with Russia, perhaps, in literature, for instance, many of their greatest writers are well known in India, and literature has, their writers are known across the world. And similarly, our initial Bollywood movies, at least, were well known in Russia. Maybe, post-Soviet Union, perhaps things may have fallen a bit, would you say?
Yes, I think definitely. As I said, post the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia looked very much towards Europe or towards America. And it's only in recent years when they felt, recent decades, I should say, when they felt that the West had actually tried to take advantage of their moments of vulnerability, that Russian nationalism began to assert itself vis-a-vis the West. So I think that, the attention to Asia, and particularly to India, has been somewhat thin in Russia. But we all know the Russian novelists, whether it's Tolstoy or Dostoevsky or Gogol or the playwrights such as Chekhov. But modern writers today, maybe Solzhenitsyn, but he was really against the Russian system, or Dr. Zhivago, but we don't know that much about their contemporary writers.
Right.
And similarly, in Russia, after Raj Kapoor, I think the next popular film, particularly in Central Asia, was surprisingly Mithun Chakravarti's Disco Dancer, which was very, very popular at one stage. So I think that there is scope for increasing cultural exchanges. The Russians have an enormous pool of cultural talent in music, in ballet, in the circus, in gymnastics, sports. So those are all areas where the two countries could step up exchanges to mutual benefit, and it would really broaden understanding.
Is weather the real barrier, ma'am? Because at the end of the day, we live in a warm country, and the impression is that Russia is really cold most of the time.
It is, but it's heated indoors, so for Indians who experience the Delhi winter without any heating, Russia will not appear that cold because the heating indoors prevents you from feeling cold. Yes, when you go out, you have to protect yourself very fiercely, but Indians are anything if not adaptable. When you're looking at the labor mobility agreement, which we have exchanged, I think that these could be the precursors for more osmosis between the people of the two countries. Because if you have people going to work in Russia on temporary work permits or exchange programs, then you will have a certain, cultural osmosis as well. Indians will get to know Russians better, Russians will get to know Indians better. And let's hope that it's something which works, because Russia has been seriously concerned about migration from China. A lot of it is illegal. They come to Siberia in particular and those areas along the border with China, marry locals, settle down. So it's a huge issue for Russia. Indians, on the other hand, look very distinct. So we will be pretty easily identifiable, if I may say so.
Ambassador, besides weather, as Mark said, do you think language could be a handicap? I mean, should we focus on language as well? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you get a sense as well that maybe complacency is setting in the India-Russia ties by design or default?
Yes, I think we need more people who can speak Russian. Russians, at least their diplomats, speak very good Hindi. In fact, their last ambassador, I think, had been translator to one of the leaders and spoke outstanding Hindi. So they have a greater tradition of learning Hindi than we have of learning Russian.
Right.
But we also have a pool of diplomats who have served in Russia, and most of them have a great deal of empathy, if I may say so, for Russia.
Indeed. So we continue to wait for the comments, the press statements of the two principals.
Maybe in the meantime, we can play out those sound bites again, Mark.
Right.
From
the initial comments that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made and the Russian President Vladimir Putin made at the Hyderabad House when they had that one-on-one talk, and then later on they went in for delegation level talks. Let's listen once again to what Prime Minister said.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए, और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Well, speaking on the matter of the conflict in Ukraine, the Prime Minister stressed that India is not neutral. India stands on the side of peace. The Prime Minister also said that the conflict should come to an end through dialogue and diplomacy.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए, और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं।
And for his part, President Putin praised Prime Minister Modi for what he called the Prime Minister's special personal attention towards finding a solution to the Ukraine conflict?
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are dating together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
And President Putin also said that there are growing opportunities for cooperation between the two nations in high-tech sectors, including aviation, space exploration, and artificial intelligence.
As our countries and our economies move at more opportunities for cooperation, we open additional areas for cooperation, including those related to high-tech, aircraft, space exploration, high-tech, and artificial intelligence. We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area, and we are planning to move forward in all of these areas. This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship. Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Well, early on Thursday, Prime Minister presented a Russian language copy of the Bhagavad Gita to President Putin at his residence in Delhi. And the Prime Minister later shared this moment on social media, writing that the Gita's teachings inspire millions of people around the world. The Prime Minister hosted him for a private dinner at his residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg on Thursday night.
Right, so while we stand by for the joint press statements by the two leaders, let's delve a little further into the India-Russia relationship. Now, India and Russia share a 78-year-old legacy of stable, time-tested partnership. The bond between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Vladimir Putin reflects the depth of this strategic partnership, strengthened further through annual summits and the 2+2 dialogue.
Yes, their regular high-level engagement continues to drive cooperation across political, defense, economic and technological domains. And in this report, we are going to delve into various aspects of the India-Russian relationship. Yes.
Russia has been a long-standing and time-tested partner for India. Under the strategic partnership, several institutionalized dialogue mechanisms operate at both political and official levels to ensure regular interaction and follow up on cooperation activities. The bilateral relationship has remained strong and stable over the past 78 years. In December 2021, a new dimension to the bilateral cooperation was added with the first 2+2 dialogue. Meetings of foreign and defense ministers of both countries started taking place alongside the summit level talks between Prime Minister Modi and President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. So far, 22 annual summits have taken place alternatively in India and Russia. The last summit was held on July 8 and 9, 2024 in Moscow, and President Putin is set to visit India for the 23rd summit in New Delhi. Bilateral trade between India and Russia reached a record high of $68.7 billion in FY 2024-25. India's exports to Russia, $4.9 billion. India's imports from Russia, $63.8 billion. Major items of export from India include pharmaceuticals, organic and inorganic chemicals, iron and steel, and marine products. Major items of import from Russia include oil and petroleum products, vegetable oil, particularly sunflower oil, fertilizers, coking coal, precious stones, and metals. The primary mechanism at the government level for enhancing trade and economic cooperation is the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission for Trade, Economic, Scientific, and Cultural Cooperation. Intensifying the trade and economic relations has been identified as a priority area by both the leaders, who had set the targets of increasing bilateral investment to $50 billion by 2025 and bilateral trade to $100 billion by 2030. India has long-standing and wide-ranging cooperation with Russia in the field of defense. India-Russia military technical cooperation has evolved from a buyer-seller framework to one involving joint research, development and production of advanced defense technologies and systems. RM and Russian Defense Minister co-chaired the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation. INS Turshil was commissioned into Indian Navy in the presence of RM at the Yantar shipyard in Kaliningrad on 9th of December 2024. On 28 March to 2nd of April 2025, the bilateral naval exercise Indira 2025 between Indian and Russian navies was conducted in two phases: harbor phase at Chennai and sea phase in Bay of Bengal. Science and technology has played a key role in the bilateral India-Russia partnership, especially in the early days after India's independence. India and Russia work together on basic sciences, material science, mathematics, and cutting edge areas like India's manned spaceflight program Gaganyaan, nanotechnologies, etc. India's only nuclear power plant established with another country is in Kundankulam in Tamil Nadu, which is established in collaboration with Russia. The bilateral cooperation is guided by the new roadmap for science, technology, and innovation signed during the 21st Annual Summit in New Delhi in December 2021. In 2024, Prime Minister Modi was conferred upon Russia's highest state decoration, the Order of St. Andrew the Apostle, the first called for Prime Minister's outstanding contribution to India-Russia ties. Apart from arms and trade, cultural ties from Russia's love for Indian movies to scholarship programs and tourism have helped the two nations to maintain strong relations despite ups and downs. Around 63,000 people of Indian origin live in Russia. Mohammad Absarul Hassan reports for DT India.
Well, in an interview with an Indian TV network, the Russian President Vladimir Putin was all praise for the leadership qualities and the statesmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Putin said, and I quote, that Prime Minister Modi is not someone who succumbs to pressure easily. The Indian people can certainly take pride in their leader. And he added that his stance is unwavering and straightforward without being confrontational. The Russian president also complimented Prime Minister Modi's leadership. He said, our collective endeavors with Prime Minister Modi carry significant weight because they transcend our mutual ties. Putin further said that ensuring stability. We are moving across live now to Hyderabad House.
His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bharat, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this ceremony where we shall witness exchange of several MOUs and agreements and a few announcements that reflect the wide-ranging, multifaceted bilateral cooperation under the framework of the India-Russia Special and Privileged Strategic Partnership. We will begin with exchange of two documents, namely the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on cooperation in migration, and the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on temporary labor activity of citizens of one state in the territory of the other state. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Vladimir Kolokoltsev, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. The next two documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation on the cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education, and science, as well as the agreement between the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India and the Federal Service for Surveillance on Consumer Rights Protection and Human Well-being of the Russian Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two agreements will be exchanged by Mr. Mikhail Albertovich Murashko, Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. We next have two memorandums of understandings. These include the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the training of specialists for ships operating in polar waters, and the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Maritime Board of the Russian Federation. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, and Sri Sarvananda Sonowal, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of India. We now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. JSC Ural Chem and Messrs. Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited and National Fertilizers Limited and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. The last two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of the Government of the Republic of India and the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect of goods and vehicles moved between the Republic of India and the Russian Federation, and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of India, and GSC, the Russian Post. These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted a joint statement which would be issued shortly. Both sides have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation till 2030. And we also welcome the Russian side's decision to adopt the framework agreement to join the International Big Cat Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, my friend, Rashtrapati Putin, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, दोबरे दिन। आज भारत और रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम आईएनएसटीसी, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक सहयोग और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से दोनों देशों के लोगों में एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। इन संबंधों को और मजबूत करने के लिए हमने कई नए कदम उठाए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में भारत के 2 नए कॉन्सुलेट्स खोले गए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा और आपसी नजदीकियां बढ़ेगी। इस वर्ष अक्टूबर में लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट फोरम में भगवान बुद्ध के पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इससे बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, एससीओ तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का सामना करने की शक्ति देगी और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को और समृद्ध करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। स्पासिबा।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to give his remarks to the media.
Уважаемый господин,
Distinguished Prime Minister, dear friend, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of India, Draupadi Murmu, you personally, distinguished Prime Minister, and all our Indian colleagues for the warm and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. The negotiations that we've just had with the Indian colleagues, and as well as our talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of Delegation at his residence, the dinner was great. I would like to thank you for this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a constructive and a friendly atmosphere in the spirit of the special and privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out that we and Prime Minister Modi have established close working dialogue In September this year, we met during the SEO summit in Tianjin. We are regularly having telephone calls. We are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation, all strategic avenues, and also we are monitoring the course of the implementation of key bilateral projects. And today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and substantively reviewed the whole range of relevant questions of the Russian-Indian multifaceted interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, and humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency, and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural, due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion US. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us a concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries and different agencies of the economic bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the goods flows and capitals, the implementation of joint projects and deep technology and innovation cooperation. And distinguished Prime Minister gave us a whole list of challenges that deserve the most attentive focus of our government. We will do that. The growth of Russian-Indian commercial links would be helped by the creation of a free trade zone between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. We are already conducting work on the corresponding agreement. I would like to note with satisfaction that our countries are gradually moving to the use of national currencies in mutual settlements. The share of these national currencies is already 96% in commercial deals. We have established resilient channels of credit, financial, and interbanking cooperation. Russian economic operators have broadened the sphere of use of Indian rupees, which we receive from the fulfillment of export contracts. Russian rubles are being used to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy. Of course, the bilateral interaction in energy does not limit to that. We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network, and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction of small modular reactors and floating nuclear power plants, and also non-energy application of nuclear technologies, for example, in medicine or agriculture. We are working with our Indian partners to build new, effective international transport logistic routes, including the projects to create an international north-south transport corridor from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean coast. There are large opportunities for bilateral trade due to the broadening of the Trans-Arctic transport corridor infrastructure, including its main artery, the Northern Sea Route. There are many other sectors of the economy where Russia and India have garnered positive experience. We are conducting joint initiatives in industry, machine manufacturing, digital technologies, space exploration, and other science-intensive avenues. For example, in accordance with the commercial agreement signed during the visit, there will be a large Russian-Indian pharmaceutical factory built in the Kaluga region in Russia. We will be starting the production of high-quality anti-tumor medicinal drugs using the advanced Indian technology. In their turn, the Russian enterprises will be establishing the production of industrial products in the framework of the Make in India program, which is a hallmark project of distinguished Prime Minister Modi. The prospects of the reinforcement of the interaction of Russian-Indian entrepreneurs and business circles are discussed in detail during the ongoing Business Forum in New Delhi. We are going to take part in the plenary session of this event today together with Mr. Modi. The humanitarian cooperation between Russia and India is also of a multifaceted character. Our peoples throughout centuries have been sincerely interested in the traditions, history, and spiritual values of each other. Scientific and educational contacts, exchanges from among the youth and public are also actively developing. The regular alternating festivals of Russian Indian cinema are always popular. From year to year, we see the increase in tourist flows. Today, the Russian TV channel RT is starting its broadcast in India. The new channel will undoubtedly help the Indian audience to better know Russia and Russians, and also to receive an objective information regarding what is going on in our country today. While discussing the key global and regional problems, we have confirmed the consonance between the positions of our countries. Russia and India are conducting independent and self-sufficient foreign policy together with the like-minded countries in BRICS and SCO, and from among other countries of the global majority. We are promoting the processes of forming of a more just and democratic multipolar world order. We are defending the main principles of the international law enshrined in the Charter of the UN. Among them, the right of any country for its own way of development and the preservation of their cultural civilizational identity, respect for sovereignty, careful balance of interests of all participants of the world community. As state founders of the BRICS, Russia and India have done a lot of things, and continue to do more to increase the authority of the organization. As you know, next year India will assume the chairship, and the BRICS will provide all necessary assistance to our Indian friends in the work on the relevant BRICS agenda. I would like to point out Russia and India are traditionally closely cooperating in the military technical sphere. Our country, for the last half a century, has been helping to arm and modernize the Indian Army, including the air defense forces, aviation, and the Navy. In general, we are undoubtedly satisfied with the results of the negotiation we just had. We also, ahead of us, we have the meeting with the President of India, Madam Murmu. But even now, I can express my confidence that the current visit and the agreements reached will help the further deepening of the Russian-Indian strategic partnership for the benefit of our countries and the peoples of India and Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence.
Right, so there we heard the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, making joint press statements towards the end of their 23rd bilateral summit, the annual summit that's taken place alternatively in India and Russia. Just to walk our viewers through the main takeaways from that presentation, from that event in New Delhi. At least 8 agreements were signed, including in the fields of migration, temporary labor mobility, health cooperation in medical education and science, 4th on food safety, a fifth MOU on shipping, especially on training of ships operations in polar waters, an MOU on chemicals and fertilizers, a protocol on taxes and customs, including goods and vehicles, and a last agreement on posts, the Ministry of Posts of India and its Russian counterpart. Also, a joint statement was adopted by both sides, and a program on economic cooperation until 2030 has also been adopted. And last but not the least, Russia agreed to join the International Big Cat Alliance. Mark.
Indeed, and then the two principals did give their press statements as well, and Prime Minister complimented President Putin's leadership in taking this relationship forward to new heights. He called him a friend, and he said that India and Russia have stood together in facing most of the world's difficulties and many challenges. The Prime Minister talked about the agreement for 2030 economic cooperation and how the two sides are looking to make it sustainable and balanced. And also more is expected from the Business Forum meeting, which is to take place. Then how India is looking for to strengthen Make in India. And Prime Minister also said that we are working in the civil nuclear cooperation area, in critical minerals, diversified supply chains, especially in critical minerals, so that, international standards also can be maintained. And also he talked about interaction of students, scholars, and sportsmen, and how they're making every effort to take this relationship forward, and have had close collaboration on several multilateral fora as well.
And just one quick point as well, Prime Minister Modi offering India's decision to have a free 30-day e-visa, e-tourist visa for Russian nationals, and a group tourist visa for Russians as well.
Indeed. And President Putin also called Prime Minister Modi a close friend, and he said that all the talks have been held in a very constructive manner, and they have a close working dialogue, and they work together on several. They're constantly in touch with each other. They have regular phone calls, and their range of the relationship has covered, security, economics, trade, cultural spheres, all this. And the joint statement is, speaks about that. He also said that they're hoping to take the trade forward. They have the potential to take the trade forward. Currently, it's about $64 billion is what he said. Different accounts give it's at $68 billion by our accounts, but he said it will go up to about $100 billion. They have the ability to take it forward, and that already most of the exchange that's taking place in terms of settlements is already being done in ruble and rupees. 96% is what he said.
Indeed.
And he talked about 4 projects in Kudankulam that are still going to be done. And, he also is looking forward to the business forum. But he said that people in Russia, importantly, are very, very interested in the spiritual and cultural history of India. And he did talk about the launch of the RT channel and how it would give proper information about Russia to people in India.
Right. Time for a very short break here on our special broadcast. But news continues on the other side. Keep watching DD India. Don't go anywhere.
QR कोड स्कैन करो, 5000 का कैशबैक पाओ। वाह, दिल बन गया।
UPI पिन एंटरिंग सिर्फ पैसे भेजने के लिए है।
RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Pradesh welcomes to an experience like no other.
So our episode is on accountability more than just an apology text.
Yep.
We didn't get one, did we?
If no British politician has the courage to issue an apology, get somebody from the royal family to do it, because after all, everything was done in the name of the crown. No one likes to be told that in their family tree there are a lot of skeletons. They have never allowed themselves to confront the horrors of their past, so I'm sorry to say we never got the apology. There is not just amnesia on the part of the British, the colonizers, but there is some forgetfulness or ignorance on the part of the rest of us too.
I am Gujarat. I embody our nation's history. I represent the heroes of our country. I am Gujarat. I'm art. I'm culture. I am the present. I am the future. I am Gujarat. I walk with changing times. I build with the creators of tomorrow. I am the growth emblem of the nation. I'm home to India's glory. I am the
Good afternoon, live from New Delhi. You're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh, coming up in the next hour. India-Russia annual summit in New Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hopes for peaceful resolution of Ukraine conflict. President Putin thanks him for the efforts. Russian President Vladimir Putin accorded ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. India-Russia explore opportunities to expand cooperation in trade, defense and technology domains. Indigo airline crisis continues. Around 500 flights cancelled in Delhi on Friday. RBI cuts repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25%, says growth inflation balance to support growth momentum. India and Russia signed several memorandum of understanding in the field of healthcare, medical education and science. Other agreements that were signed include food safety cooperation, MOU on training of ships operating in polar waters, exchange of information on movement of vehicles. Leaders also adopted joint statement and agreed to work on economic cooperation program till 2030. Addressing the joint press statement, Prime Minister Modi said, in the last 2 decades, President Putin has nurtured India-Russia relationship and elevated mutual relations to new heights.
पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरफ बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की।
Prime Minister Modi said that agreements have been signed in the field of trade, investment and security. He added both sides have agreed on economic cooperation program till 2030.
आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Russian President Vladimir Putin at Hyderabad House in New Delhi this morning. Ahead of the meeting, both leaders shared a warm handshake. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin held bilateral talks in Hyderabad House, New Delhi. Leaders held detailed discussions aimed at further strengthening bilateral ties between the nations. Prime Minister Modi said India and Russia shared long-lasting, time-tested bonds.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुँचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Speaking on the matter of conflict in Ukraine, Prime Minister Modi stressed India is not neutral and stands on the side of peace. Prime Minister added that the conflict should come to an end through dialogue and diplomacy.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर के खड़े हैं।
And Russian President Vladimir Putin praised Prime Minister Modi for what he called Prime Minister's special personal attention towards finding a solution to the conflict in Ukraine.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
President Putin also said there are growing opportunities for cooperation between the two nations in high-tech sectors, including aviation, space exploration and artificial intelligence.
As our countries and our economies move have more opportunities for cooperation, we open additional areas for cooperation, including those related to high-tech, aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence. We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area, and we are planning to move forward in all of these areas. This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship. Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Earlier, President Putin began with a ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan in the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Draupadi Murmu received the visiting dignitary. Russian President Putin also laid a wreath at Rajghat in Delhi, paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi during his state visit, marking a key ceremonial engagement ahead of the bilateral talks. In an interview with an Indian TV network, Russian President Putin was all praise for leadership qualities and statesmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. President Putin said Prime Minister Modi is not someone who succumbs to pressure easily. The Indian people can certainly take pride in their leader. He added that his stance is unwavering and straightforward without being confrontational. The Russian president also complimented Prime Minister Modi's leadership. He said our collaborative endeavors with Prime Minister Modi carry significant weight because they transcend our mutual ties. President Putin further said, ensuring stability in key areas of engagement is crucial as it helps secure fulfillment of objectives. He also said both Russia and India value bilateral ties. It is at a different level, different quality of relations that we have with India. We value this. We see how India values this relationship as well. Putin said Russia is not simply selling defense technology to India, but it is sharing it with the country. It is a very rare thing to see in the sphere of military technical cooperation. Speaks to the level of trust between the two countries. And a host of areas where engagement is taken forward between India and Russia. President Vladimir Putin is on a two-day state visit to India. This is day 2 of President Putin's visit to India. He held talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier today. They also delivered the joint statements where different agreements, areas of engagement and cooperation was taken forward. DD India correspondent Amrit Pal Singh would be joining us for more of this. Amrit, we just scanned through the various agreements that have been exchanged between the countries. It speaks much about how the traditional areas of partnership have been consolidated and new areas like tech and emerging technologies cooperation also being introduced.
That's right, Shubhendu. The president said that, the focus, if you look at the agreement signed and the press statements of both sides, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, the focus clearly was on economic cooperation and investment and also technology. There were other slew of agreements signed, training of personnel and shipping and polar waters, etc. But the focus, main focus essentially was, joint production, labor mobility, trade and investment in each other's countries, and taking the economic cooperation to that ambitious $100 billion, which is not really ambitious given that you already are doing about $70 billion of trade. So by 2030, now over the next 4 years, taking it further. Of course, the two sides would have discussed, India would have put its position of opening of Russian markets for Indian goods so that the trade imbalance can be corrected. Russia broadly is on the same page with India, does not have problems with that. So the focus of today's talks clearly on strengthening economic partnership in already existing areas and adding new areas of technology, of emerging technologies there.
Right.
Shubhendu.
Amrit, stay with us while I also bring in DD India correspondent Akhilesh Suman. Akhilesh, taking forward the conversation we were just having, there is a economic cooperation program till 2030 that has been a sort of roadmap has been laid out. One of the important components is going to be a certain migration agreement where skilled workforce from India could go to Russia and work. Could you shed some light into how this cooperation will work out and what is in it for people of Russia and India?
Shubhendu, as you know that India has been doing a migration and mobility agreement with various countries, and now Russia also has joined in. One of the major concerns between India and Russia was that some of the Indians were going there in Russia and were joining the Russian army, and then their return has become a big problem. So in that way, in background, it was thought that, okay, let us formulate an agreement so that people are going to Russia, they should be in the work for which they are going there. And in that way, it will be a great contribution to Russia because Russia is lacking in some sort of manpower, skilled manpower especially. And if Indian, skilled manpower goes there, 1 million Indian might be used there. They require from various countries. So if this requirement is fulfilled by India, it will be a great contribution to India's unemployment situation. And in that way, I think that this is one of the major, confidence building measures also that Russia is going to believe on Indian workforce, and that will also, give us back the people who go there, the people who go in other countries, they send their money back to India also. So in that way, it will also, good for our own economy. So it is a new area that has been ventured between India and Russia, and it also shows that what type of economy we are moving inside. One of the major examples I will also give you, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that India will give free e-visa without any fee. Free e-visa to 30 tourists of Russia for Russian tourists for 30 days, and group tourists for 30 days also. So I think this is one of the major announcements because Russians want to come to India, Russians wants to travel to India, and if they are getting free visa for 30 days, it will be a good people-to-people contact between the two nations. So both migration mobility agreement and this e-visa thing will contribute to employment sector and people-to-people relations sector also,
Right. Amrit, this visit is supposed to be a bilateral visit, engagement between India and Russia. It was interesting yet to look at the way the leaders addressed the issue of the Ukraine conflict, India reiterating its point and the Russian leadership acknowledging and appreciating India's efforts.
That's right. Prime Minister Modi was very vocal about it. I remember when at Kazan on the sidelines of BRICS, Prime Minister had told President Putin that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. He did not use these exact words today, but by saying that we appreciate the peace efforts, we hope that the peace efforts, we support the peace efforts, and we hope that the peace efforts bear fruit. The Prime Minister sending a message again that dialogue and diplomacy is the way to end the conflict and restore global peace. In fact, he said that that's very, very important for moving on to issues that matter to humanity today by restoration of global supply chains, etc. once the conflict ends. And he said that India is not neutral in this, has not taken a neutral stand. India has always taken a stand, which is a stand on the side of peace. So clearly, Prime Minister reiterating India's position that the conflict should be ended peacefully, and the Russian president acknowledging that, saying that since the Ukraine conflict started, I've met Prime Minister, we've exchanged notes on the Ukraine situation, we've spoken several times over the phone as well. So, and today also during the bilateral talks, both sides in their press statements referred that the Ukraine issue was discussed and the early resolution of the conflict should be done. And President Putin agreed with Prime Minister Modi that it needs to be done fast and also in a manner which is peaceful. Shubhendu?
Amritpal, Akhilesh, thank you for joining us with those updates. Moving on, India's largest airline, Indigo, cancelled approximately 500 flights on Friday in the national capital till midnight for the fourth consecutive day, causing chaos for passengers at various airports who claim that other carriers have increased their fares drastically. Indigo's recent cancellation brings the overall number to cross 1,000. Delhi Airport is the worst hit due to cancellation for the day, followed by Chennai, which has cancelled flights till 6 p.m. IST. Though Indigo has informed the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, of full restoration of operations till February next year, also causing concerns for passengers who have bookings for the next 2 months, while issuing apology for the whole situation. In a meeting with Minister of Civil Aviation a day earlier, Indigo attributed the disruption to challenges in crew planning and implementation of revised flight duty time limitations, norms, along with seasonal weather-related constraints. Meanwhile, Delhi Airport has also issued advisory on social media platforms stating full support and medical assistance for passengers at the airport. Union Minister for Civil Aviation K. Ram Mohan Naidu chaired a high-level meeting with Indigo senior management on Thursday. Expressing displeasure, the minister directed the airline to normalize the operations at the earliest while ensuring the fares remain unchanged due to the current situation. The Reserve Bank of India, or RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra-led Monetary Policy Committee on Friday announced its decision on repo rate and other key rates and CRR. The central bank revised its financial year 2026 Consumer Price Index, or CPI, forecast sharply lower to 2% and expects inflation in the first half of next year to remain at or just under 4%. To support growth and ensure liquidity, RBI announced 1 lakh crore rupees of bond purchases and $5 billion 3-year foreign exchange swap. The Reserve Bank of India also slashed its repo rate by 25 basis points from 5.5% to 5.25% amid low inflation and strong growth, marking a favorable economic period. RBI Governor announced that the decision was taken unanimously after a 3-day meeting of RBI's Monetary Policy Committee.
The MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25% with immediate effect. Consequently, the STF rate under the LAF shall stand adjusted to 5% and the MSF and bank rate to 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance.
In sports, the flame for the 2026 Winter Olympics arrived in Italy for a 2-month torch relay around the country before the Games open on 6 February. The flame arrived in Rome after it was handed to the host city organizers in Athens, where the first modern Olympics were revived in 1896. It was carried off the aeroplane by Italian tennis player Jasmine Paolini and President of the Games Organizing Committee, Giovanni Malago. The torch relay will begin on Saturday in Rome. Carried by over 10,000 torchbearers, the flame will travel some 12,000 kilometers over 63 days, passing through more than 300 cities across Italy before arriving in Milan on 5th February, a day before the opening ceremony. That's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. Let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan this QR code on the screen to download now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India News Hour. Namaskar.
$10 लाख की लॉटरी मुझे, वाओ!
फर्जी ऑफर्स से सावधान।
RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
In today's episode, let's take a look at what does it truly mean to eat sustainably.
we add the already colonized mycelium into this ecosystem for basically helping the ecosystem to thrive more.
We're a public institution. Our goal is to grow vegetables.
Some urban areas already combine city and rural elements. Our urban agriculture programs are designed to tackle food security and meet the nutritional needs of the poor.
If you're prepared to love the land and the animals, and don't see living such a life as making a sacrifice, then this is the right profession for you.
After gaining some knowledge about farming, I told myself, let's quit this and start our own business. And I decided to start goat farming.
So our episode is on accountability more than just an apology text.
Yep.
We didn't get one, did we?
If no British politician has the courage to issue an apology, get somebody from the royal family to do it, because after all, everything was done in the name of the crown. No one likes to be told that in their family tree there are a lot of skeletons. They have never allowed themselves to confront the horrors of their past, so I'm sorry to say we never got the apology. There is not just amnesia on the part of the British, the colonizers, but there is some forgetfulness or ignorance on the part of the rest of us too.
Uttar Pradesh welcomes to an experience like no other. I am Gujarat. I embody our nation's history. I represent the heroes of our country. I am Gujarat. I am art. I am culture. I am the present. I am the future. I am Gujarat. I walk with changing times. I build with the creators of tomorrow. I am the growth emblem of the nation. I am home to India's glory. I am the abode of unending cultural stories. I am Gujarat. I have sown the seeds of development.
Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India. It marks a pivotal moment in the long-standing India-Russia partnership, with high-level talks delivering concrete outcomes in energy, defense and trade.
Indeed, President Putin arrived in New Delhi for the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit last evening, his first state visit to India since 2021. He received a warm welcome by Prime Minister Modi, who later hosted him for a private dinner as well at his residence, setting the tone for discussions which unfolded at Hyderabad House earlier today.
Now, the summit's agenda proved to be extensive. The leaders announced steps to deepen economic ties, expand cooperation in oil and energy supplies, shipping, and explore new avenues in trade and investment as well as technology.
Yes, and this meeting has come at a time when Russia is navigating sanctions and shifting global alliances, while India is balancing its own strategic interests amid tensions with Western powers. For Moscow, New Delhi remains a dependable partner which has resisted Western pressure campaigns, while for India, Russia continues to be a critical supplier of energy and defense technology.
Indeed, the symbolism of President Putin's presence is significant. But beyond the optics, the summit has produced tangible agreements which reinforce the special and privileged strategic partnership between the two nations.
Well, let's quickly tell you all that has happened so far, where India and Russia have signed several memorandums of understanding in the fields of healthcare, medical education and science. Other agreements which were signed include food safety cooperation, an MOU on training of ships operating in polar waters, exchange of information or movement of vehicles was also signed, apart from one on mobility. The leaders also adopted a joint statement and agreed to work on economic cooperation program till 2030.
Now, addressing a joint press statement, Prime Minister Modi said that in the last 2 decades, President Putin has nurtured India-Russia relationship and elevated mutual relations to new heights.
पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए, मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है, और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की।
And Prime Minister Modi also said that agreements have been signed in the fields of trade, investment and security. The PM added that both the sides have agreed on economic cooperation program till 2030.
आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे।
And Prime Minister Modi stressed that strengthening connectivity between the two countries remains a key priority. He said that cooperation in critical minerals is another important area for sustainable global supply chains.
ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा।
India and Russia have also agreed to work together on vocational education, skilling as well as training. Prime Minister Modi also announced a 30-day e-tourist visa facility for Russian citizens.
मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई-टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे।
And Prime Minister Modi also said that both sides held discussions on regional issues and on Ukraine in particular. He welcomed all efforts made to find a lasting solution to this crisis. He added that India and Russia have same stance in its fight against terrorism.
आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है।
And earlier, Prime Minister Modi as well as President Putin held bilateral talks at Hyderabad House in New Delhi. The two leaders held detailed discussions aimed at further strengthening bilateral relations between the nations. Prime Minister Modi said that India and Russia share long-standing and time-tested bonds.
एक्सेलेंसी, मेरे परम मित्र, मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मुझे फिर से एक बार भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला है। कल से आपके डेलीगेशन के लोग अनेक मीटिंगों में व्यस्त रहे हैं और बहुत सारे आउटकम के साथ आज हमारी ये समिट आगे बढ़ रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुँचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। माय फ्रेंड, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ।
Excellency, Prime Minister, dear friends, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and for just the sitting too. It was very good. Friendly and at the same time a very substantial talk. I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that. Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship. As our countries and our economies move have more opportunities for cooperation, we open additional areas for cooperation, including those related to high-tech, aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence. We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area, and we are planning to move forward in all of these areas. This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship. Our teams have done a great work before this visit. They have prepared a great number of documents for us. We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them. I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful working day.
All right, time to bring in our guests who are joining us on this leg of our special broadcast. Joining us are Mr. Ravi Joshi, visiting fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. It's a privately held think tank headquartered in New Delhi. Also with us is Ambassador Amrit Lugun. Gentlemen, welcome to this broadcast on DD India. Good to have you join us. If I can start with you, Mr. Joshi, the business end of the summit is nearly over. Only two engagements remain, the Russia-India Business Forum and the meeting between the two presidents, President Murmu and President Putin. Looking back at the day's events as they unfolded, ending most recently with the summit itself, what did you make of the outcomes and the optics as well of the 23rd India-Russia summit? Mr. Joshi.
Yeah, thank you. This is undoubtedly, it's very high on ceremonial optics. And also the optics of a friendship that is deep-rooted and extremely important for both countries and a treasured one. You know, this has been a relationship built over several, at least 2 decades. And as the character of our relationship itself is described as a special, privileged, strategic partnership, this is something which we don't have with any other.
So do we seem to have
No
lost?
doubt there is no doubt that this is an extremely important relation. But now, what comes out is that this partnership is under strain and under stress.
Why do you say that?
I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Because of the new global alignment that have happened due to the Ukraine war and the pressure on both India and Russia from major world powers, particularly the United States and Europe. We have to understand our geopolitical situation, context, and also see how we balance ourselves in this geopolitical context and also retain our strategic autonomy, which we are so proud of, which we are repeatedly, flaunting, that we maintain strategic autonomy. Now, I accept that we have some amount of strategic autonomy, but we are playing a very difficult game here because we are trying to please the Western powers, particularly President Trump and also European allies, at the same time not give up on our extremely important relationship with Russia. While Russia is also playing an equally difficult balancing game, while obviously it has increased its dependence on China, it has not given up on President Trump. President Putin is not giving up on President Trump. He constantly responds very positively and very promptly to President Trump's peace offers on Ukraine. So both countries, both President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, are playing a very difficult balancing act. So this is my opening remarks. I will elaborate more up. Thank you.
Right. Ambassador Lugun, if I could ask for your comments as well in terms of how this entire bilateral meeting, the annual summit, was built, and in terms of what it has delivered. There's an MOU on mobility. There's, of course, an economic path that has been charted for 2030 as well. So a lot to chew on there, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, this visit is happening, exactly after the year when our Prime Minister had gone to Russia last year, and the joint statement mentioned about India-Russia relations, enhancing and enduring relationship. So it is under this context it has been held, and this year itself, in spite of, as Mr. Joshi said, in the very difficult circumstances, but we have to see the results on the ground. The two leaders have been meeting quite regularly, even on the sidelines. The last one was on the sidelines of the SCO summit, which was held in Tianjin, China, where even both the leaders were shown traveling together in car. And then in the other summits, BRICS summits, etc. Our foreign ministers, both the foreign ministers have met at least 6 times, including the high-level intergovernmental committee for developing economic and political relationship, where this economic target of having bilateral trade of $100 billion, has been targeted. Right now, the trade is around $68 billion, so it is achievable. But of course, it is heavily tilted in Russia's favor because of its huge energy exports, oil and gas, coking coal, and sunflower oil, which are very much in demand in India. So there is a lot of scope from India exporting to Russia. And also it leaves a lot of scope for Russian investment into India. The target is, of course, to reach $25 billion of investments. Of course, the sticking point has been the rupee-ruble trade arrangement, and the past, the past payments due to Russia, when we had this when the USSR time. So these are the sticking points. But Russia is still very much involved in our defense relationship. For example, again, this year we had Indra exercises 2025, both at land and sea. The latest one of the army was held in Bikaner, where 250 armed personnel from both sides participated. Then in end March and early April, we had the naval side of the Indra exercise, where the harbor part was held in Chennai and the sea part was in Bay of Bengal. So, and then last month itself, the two ministers dealing with maritime and shipping, Indian was the Minister of Shipping, Mr. Sonowal, and his Russian counterpart met in India, where efforts are being made to, and discussions were held to develop and diversify relationship in the maritime area, both in the research side, in the civilian side, and of course in the connectivity side. Chennai, Vladivostok, that sea route is still quite active. So what I'm in nutshell trying to say is that the relationship between the two countries, in spite of the challenges, on the ground, it appears to be moving. And how it is sustained, and in case the peace in Ukraine, as per the U.S. 28-point peace agreement program they had proposed to President Putin, and European Union stoned it down to 19. So that is actively going on. So President Putin is responding to it. And our Prime Minister has definitely said that they want to see peace. His aim is to see that peace comes up as soon as possible. And India is a big supporter of it. So it's a very crucial time of this meeting being held.
Indeed, Ambassador, since you refer to trade, and clearly trade was a prime focus of the discussions between the two principals, and because we are expecting the Russia-India Business Forum to begin anytime now in New Delhi as well, let's focus, delve a bit more on trade and investment aspect of the relationship. Now, there are certain impediments in the way, not least of all the sanctions, the Western sanctions on Russian entities in the energy sector, number one, and number two, the US tariffs on India. Now, how can Russia and India establish or put in place practical mechanisms to circumvent or obviate or overcome this hurdle, as it were? Because PM himself has said, and I'm quoting him here, he spoke about a diversified, balanced and sustainable trade. So in that context, what can both sides do, or have they already agreed upon mechanisms to, instance, boost Indian exports to Russia, to facilitate trade and commerce, and also to incentivize Indian exporters to venture into the Russian market?
Can I take that?
Ambassador Lugun, yeah. Ambassador Lugun first, please.
Yeah.
Ambassador, could you unmute?
Could you unmute yourself, Ambassador?
Carry on, please.
It's already unmute.
Yeah, carry on.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying that this the challenge is of course there. It has been added by the sanction, and as I told you that old payments under the Russia ruble trade arrangement is still not been fully worked out. As Russia has a big surplus in our trade relationship, and even when we were importing oil, under the arrangement of outside of dollars, and even payments in UAE dirham, and then Russia, after some time, there were a lot of ifs and buts, because it is trade is heavily tilted in Russia's favor, so they don't want to accumulate a lot of rupee, which is not, unfortunately, doing well in the international market. So the big challenge is there. But once the Ukraine peace agreement comes into being, and which everyone is hopeful, because we must remember that when the Russians started their operation in Ukraine, it was to finish in 2 weeks, or definitely nobody expected, least of all the Russian side, that it will prolong to such an extent, more than 3 years. So all the sides are very tired. It has having effect in the global affairs. So so that is and this seems to be moving now. So that is one way. The other is, during the Cold War time, we had a special arrangement between India and Russia, and that so that mechanism, something if does as a plan B will need to be worked out, between the two sides, and I am sure in the business meetings which are going to be followed, these questions will definitely be addressed. Yes.
Right. Ravi Joshi, if I could ask you as well on this very point, in the sense that there is now a document which has been agreed upon for economic progress to be taken forward, an economic roadmap till 2030. And of course, the thrust, as India has underlined, has to be on Russia taking more of India's exports. Now, how is that goal to be pursued? Because governments can only facilitate. It is for the industries, for the exporters themselves to get down to it and then get the job done.
Yeah, let me add some granularity to the discussion. We all know that the rupee-ruble trade is going on with Russia and India for a long time. And in fact, this rupee-ruble trade is causing such a serious imbalance to Russia, because we are importing so much of oil, energy supplies. Nearly 40% of our energy basket is taken by Russian oil supply, mainly because of which discounted oil. So from less than $10 billion before around 2021, 22, our trade balance has gone up to $69 billion, much of it in favor of Russia. So our exports to Russia is only about $5 billion, and our imports from Russia is about $64 billion. Now, how do we address this imbalance? Now, let me ask you one question. When we say rupee-ruble trade balance, how are we going to measure what is the equivalence that we are creating between rupee and ruble? Now, ruble sees what is the equivalence between rupee and dollar, and accordingly it fixes its rate. Now, if rupee is falling from $85 to a dollar 3 months ago to 90 to a dollar today, now ruble will have a great difficulty in adjusting its payment mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
So there is enormous amount of rupees lying in Russia's account. Now, Russia can spend this in India itself. It can't spend it anywhere else. It can't buy stuff from Malaysia or Indonesia by paying in rupees. So obviously, what do? They open something like a RT channel in India. So now RT channel will use all the rupees that it can use, but it's only a very limited amount. So now India has to export far more than what it is doing now. But is there demand in Russia for Indian goods? What are the things that Russia wants? We are only exporting so far agro products, pharma products, and some industrial engineering goods, etc. But now, actually, we are now come up with a human resource export. That's the new MOU we have signed, the labor mobility MOU. Okay, now let me go into this in greater detail. Whenever I have gone to Moscow and St. Petersburg, I was impressed by the number of Indians who are studying medicine there. So many Indians doing, their medical courses, coming out as doctors and surgeons. But I have not seen many unskilled laborers in the Russian streets. There are no Indian unskilled laborers or semi-skilled laborers in the Russian street. Why? Because Russia itself has a huge pool of such unskilled or semi-skilled labor force, and it is not able to absorb them because its employment rate is very low. So when the Russian economy is not able to absorb its own semi-skilled and unskilled workers, it cannot take many from India. So it's a good attempt we are making, but it has got problems. And one more thing I saw when I was in Moscow once, I saw a serious anti-immigration protest march, led by a very strong, rabid youth. And when I asked my embassy officials, they said, yes, this is becoming increasingly common. So there are serious anti-immigration protest marches coming up in Russia. And this was almost 10 years ago, I'd say. So now it must be getting worse. So now we have to see how we can adjust what kind of labor can go to Russia. It has to be highly skilled. Will our IT workers go to Russia? Will they have jobs in Russia? Will our IT sector do investment in Russia? Infosys or Azim Premji will they go and invest in Russia? How will they, and will they take Indian IT engineers to Russia? So these are the granular questions that one has to ask, and there lies a lot of difficulty. So this is the problem that the India Business Forum has tackled. And let's see, and let's hope that we come to a solution. But these are very serious challenges.
Indeed.
So this is what I want. Yeah.
Indeed. Mr. Joshi, a related issue is that in which both principals flagged in their joint press statements as well. They spoke about the likelihood of an early harvest on the Eurasian Economic Union FTA between India and the Central Asian countries and Russia as well. In that context, while we are still waiting for the contours, the text of the joint statement per se, do you anticipate spin-offs going forward from this summit in terms of India's engagements with third countries or regions, namely Central Asia, for instance, Iran, Afghanistan, or even the Arctic, for instance? So do you see spin-offs for India going forward in some of these countries or regions?
You know, this EFTA is a very ambitious project. Okay, so far it has failed to take off. Now, EFTA, it's not like as productive as ASEAN is.
Okay.
You know, ASEAN is an extremely productive business ecosystem. EFTA has got countries like Central Asia. Central Asian countries are all very slow in economic growth, and Iran is another extremely sanctioned economy. You know, actually talking about Iran, I must tell you how we tackled the payments issue. That's a very important point. You raised the question of how we are going to tackle the payments issue for a country which is under sanction. I will explain to you my personal experience.
Sure.
I took part in the negotiation when Iran was under heavy sanctions by the US, and we were importing a substantial amount of oil from Iran, almost like $12 billion worth of oil at one point of time. And we gradually reduced it. And at that time, it was Hillary Clinton who was Secretary of State, and she had given us a 6-month time to slowly bring it down to zero level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and at that time, for nearly 2 years, I was part of the negotiating team, and we first started paying Iran in euros. Okay, through a Hulk bank a Turkish bank in Germany.
Right.
The Americans found out that, and Americans put pressure on Hulk bank to stop the payment.
Right.
Okay. Then we told the Iranians, okay, we can open an account in Dubai, or we can open an account in Turkey, or something like that. You know, they said, okay, we'll try the mechanism of opening accounts in Dubai. But whenever we opened an account, the Americans would seize that account. Okay, they would stop the payment. Then we came up with a solution that 1/3 of the payment we will do in euros, 1/3 of the payments we will do in rupees. We opened a rupee Iranian rial account in the Union Bank of India in Bombay, and 1/3 payment we will do to a third country from which Iran is importing goods, like Malaysia or Indonesia. So we will pay that country in dollar. So this kind of mechanism we came up with, and this was quite successful for quite some time. And but finally we brought down our oil import from Iran to zero. So that is what happened under American pressure. And are we going to do that with Russia? This is a question.
All right. We'll have to wait and see if that is possible. Also, another thing that Russia could look at for spending the amount of rupees that it has right now, the accumulation, is to go in for more Indian services, because even the one is, of course, trade in goods, the other is services, and the services component of overall trade is also quite low. Now, let me just also put out for our viewers what the Russian president had to say as far as that joint press briefing was concerned, where Vladimir Putin underscored the key priorities for strengthening India-Russia ties, spanning security, economy, trade and more, setting the stage for broader bilateral cooperation.
In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, in humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment and technologies.
And for his part, President Putin also reiterated that Russia remains a reliable supplier of oil and gas as well as coal, adding that Moscow is ready to continue uninterrupted fuel supplies to India.
We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
Furthermore, in an earlier interview with an Indian television network, the Russian president was all praise for the leadership qualities and statesmanship of Prime Minister Modi. Putin said that Prime Minister Modi is not someone who succumbs to pressure easily. The Indian people can certainly take pride in their leader. He added that his stance is unwavering and straightforward without being confrontational. The Russian president also complimented Prime Minister Modi's leadership. He said our collaborative endeavors with Prime Minister Modi carry significant weight because they transcend our mutual ties. Putin further said that ensuring stability in key areas of engagement is crucial as it helps secure fulfillment of objectives. The Russian president added that Prime Minister Modi sets very challenging tasks for the country and for himself in the first place, then for the administration and eventually for the nation. India stands out as one of Russia's reliable and privileged partners in this area. He also said that we are not merely selling something to India, and India isn't merely buying something from us in the sphere of defense and security. He also said that both Russia and India value bilateral ties. It's a different level, a different quality of relations we have with India. That's what he said, and we value this. He also said that we see how India values this relationship too. Further, he said Russia is not simply selling defense technology to India, but it is sharing it with the country. He said it's a very rare thing to see in the sphere of military technical cooperation. It speaks to the level of trust between the two nations.
Now, day 2 of Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India began with a ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. The Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and the Russian leader received, President Draupadi Murmu received the visiting leader ahead of bilateral talks and the 23rd India-Russia annual summit scheduled later.
And the Russian president also laid a wreath at Rajghat in Delhi and paid homage to Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi during his state visit, marking a key ceremonial engagement ahead of the bilateral talks.
Right, we still have with us our guests, Mr. Ravi Joshi and Ambassador Lugun with us for sharing their perspectives on the just concluded India-Russia summit. Ambassador Lugun, if I can come to you, we've discussed about bilateral dimensions of the relationship. Let's zoom out and talk about regional and global issues, including but not limited to the Ukraine-Russia conflict. We heard both leaders speak about or share their perspectives on the issue. For his part, President Putin spoke about and he thanked Prime Minister Modi for paying special attention to this issue, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And PM Modi, for his part, saying that India has never been neutral. India is on the side of peace, and that he hopes that the situation can be resolved to mutual satisfaction going forward. Now, from an Indian perspective, what's at stake here for India? And do you see India playing a role in any way whatsoever going forward?
Yeah, I mean, in the last 20 years or 30 years, our relationship with the USA and the European Union have also progressed into Russia. We have always reiterated that it is Russia. relation, and is it talking of taking the ship forward in some form or the other. In the last visit, Prime Minister, he was awarded ISC of in Moscow. What India has done, they have as a now emerging big power, they can definitely play a very balancing role and in enhancing this prospect of peace, and we hope it will happen soon. Even President Putin acknowledged that role. That we, unlike other, say, big powers, like China, which look suspect in the eyes of big powers. India is more like a benign power which has a lot of influence, not only in the region, but also among the third world countries. And that is why also when this Pahalgam attack had happened earlier in May this year, so President Putin had made a telephone call to our Prime Minister. Our special delegation of members of Parliament had gone to Russia also. So from the regional point of view, the both sides are likely to discuss, and they can have big roles to play. And Central Asia, of course, Professor was mentioning, India has had historical ties with them since so many years. A lot of monuments are there, like cities like Samarkand, Bukhara, Andijan Valley. And then in India also. So the Central Asians have also a lot of emotional ties with India, in addition to the other areas of economic politics. So from the regional point of view, this exchange will help not only to develop bilateral relationship, but also how both the sides can play effective role together in the region itself. This thing, and of course, both sides have also been very active and in organizations like BRICS, which both have been founder members. Then Shanghai Cooperation Agreement Organization, Shanghai Cooperation. So these. Then SICA, we don't talk about SICA, but both India and Russia have been members of that. So, there are a lot of institutional mechanisms are there where both sides have opportunities to take these relationship at a multilateral and regional level also through these high-level bilateral visits.
Yes, certainly. And Ravi Joshi, if I could ask you in terms of how the progress could be made, a lot has to really emerge from this business forum meeting, where India and Russia can talk beyond governments, industry to industry, and businesses to businesses as well. Do you feel that there is a need, really a sense of urgency, to ensure that this sort of a conversation takes place and ends up with something fruitful that can be taken forward?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no denying of the fact that the Indian industry has to explore opportunities in the Russian market, either in terms of investment or in terms of setting up joint ventures, and how to, we are only looking at export opportunities. Like, what are the goods that we can sell to Russia? What are the goods that are in demand? So far, there was a time when we were exporting huge amounts of tea, and then it became fertilizers. Then we went on to pharma. Pharma is one extremely incentivized industry, which is getting a lot of profit and which is getting a lot of market in Russia. So, pharmaceutical sector can still grow, but besides that, where are the opportunities? And does Russia look at goods from India, or does it prefer China, or does it prefer Europe? So you have to see the Russian consumer is a very discerning consumer. Russia is already a highly developed economy, And I've seen the growth of Russia from the time it went out of Soviet Union, and suddenly I saw, in fact, the first time this McDonald's was opened, I was there in Moscow. And from that time onwards, today Russia is a huge different ecosystem. It's a very advanced economy, and the Russian consumers are very discerning consumers. And will they take goods from India? And if so, what are the goods? Probably IT sector has a very good place to enter. Now, IT sector has to come in and has to partner with Russian IT. Russia is already very well advanced in the sector of AI and robotics and such areas. So our frontiers of our IT sectors have to link up the frontiers of Russia IT sector. Now, the IT sector creates only one kind of job, and those jobs are very limited. Now, but if you are looking at manpower mobility, that is not going to be in the IT sector. That is, are you going to send teachers, doctors? Are you going to send engineers? What kind of professionals are going to go and are willing to learn Russian and work in that area and contribute to their economy? So these are very difficult questions, but I'm sure this will be tackled. We have to look at these opportunities because we have to reduce the trade imbalance. And it's, until the sanctions regime is over, we'll have these problems. I'm sure the sanctions will be lifted in a year or two because Trump is extremely keen on lifting the sanctions. If you saw the last meeting, it was Steve Witkoff was the regular trade negotiator on behalf of Trump. But there was one more character there, who was Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Trump. So here I see a business deal coming up in Russia. If the American business corporations are looking to open the Russian sector, then Trump will be under pressure by his own companies to lift the sanctions. That's why he's under pressure. He's pressurizing Zelensky to accept his peace deal. Though it goes against the grain of Zelensky's thinking that he has to sacrifice territory and he has to accept whatever security guarantees that Russia and Europe gives him. So he's actually pushed a corner. He has no option. So sooner or later, I am sure Trump and Putin will close a peace deal, and the sanctions regime will be lifted. Then it will be a very different policy. That's our hope.
Absolutely. Ambassador Lugun, the Prime Minister in his press statement, along with President Putin, spoke about some other issues as well, multilateral issues in particular. He spoke about India-Russia cooperation or convergence in the UN, for instance, and the G20. In the multilateral context, what can we expect from India under its presidency of the BRICS starting 1st January next year, number one? And number two, President Putin, for his part, specifically spoke about Russia's view or need or demand for a more just, democratic and multipolar world order. What exactly did he mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, these, the sanctions regime has exposed the multilateral structure, especially in the economic area, built after the Second World War. The Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank, IMF, how they have exploited. But in the last 20 years, 15 years especially, the institutions like BRICS, they have come up with, and the questions have been posed, especially by leaders like President Putin and even President Lula of Brazil, and of course China being a silent backer of that, to find an alternative to the dollar as the world reserve currency. And as long as these institutions are there without any change, so they are like a threat to the developing world, who are especially in Africa and some parts of Asia, where the debt level has gone up tremendously. And many countries are in a situation where they cannot repay their debts. And these debts are mostly in dollars and to lesser extent in euro. This is one way, and we should remember that when India hosted the G20 summit, they got in African Union as a member, and before that they had a lot of dialogue with the interest of the third world countries, which are a large number in the UN system. So both are looking towards the reforms there, but the main challenging part will be Russia is a member of one exclusive club we call the UNSC, permanent member. And India and some of the like-minded countries like Germany, Japan, Brazil have been talking about reforms there, in the UNSC. So how Russia will move there, because these 5 permanent members so far have not been seen welcoming. They talk about expansion of the UN Security Council in the permanent member side, or to reform it, but when it comes to actions, some excuse or something is being found. So both are looking for, definitely both very much agree that the current architecture, especially in the economic side and also in the political side, are not reflective of the current reality of the world, which has changed dramatically after the end of the Second World War, because most of the institutions in place are as a result of that, with some modifications here and there. So definitely it's and Russia being a permanent member of UNSC has a great responsibility in taking this reform agenda forward, both in the economic side and also in the political side of the India.
Yes, and Ravi Joshi, if you look at what Prime Minister Modi said, he also talked about supply chains and rare earths or critical minerals as well. And there is tremendous scope there to a largely unexplored area where India and Russia is concerned. So do you feel that that is another area where perhaps coupled with the private industries on both sides, a lot more could be done, particularly in the kind of environment that we are in, where China has a bit of a monopoly on rare earths?
Yes, this point was particularly raised by Prime Minister Modi in the G20 summit, which happened in South Africa recently. There, Prime Minister Modi talked about creating a global repository of rare earth minerals circularity. Okay, that's a very important contribution he made, and this was accepted by the G20. So now what he is trying to talk about is that there should be no monopoly of rare earth by a few countries, but the global south, but he meant basically the global south should be able to have access to rare earth minerals. Now, what is happening so far is whoever has the stick, he owns the animal, so whoever has the dollars, he pays for the rare earth and gets it. So whether it is in Ukraine, whether it is in Chile, whether it is any part of the world, first countries to go and grab these rare earths are US and China. So because of the enormous amount of foreign exchange reserves there, and that is where the global south countries are at a great disadvantage. Now, India is also a country with some amount of rare earth, is now discovering more and more rare earth reserves in its own territory. But now we are trying to say that there should be no concentration of rare earth minerals only with a few countries in the world, because this leads to an imbalance in technology. In the digital divide will get much worse. The digital, whether it is solar power, whether it is electronic cars, whether it is iPhones or smartphones, they all need these rare earth materials. And only those countries which have the access to rare earth will be producing this technology at a tremendous scale. And the other countries will be left poor and destitute in a new kind of way, where there will be inequality in the digital world, in the upcoming solar world, or in upcoming electronic vehicle world. So these are the new inequalities that are going to emerge. So we have to take action and get many more countries involved in, especially the countries that have rare earth mineral resources. They should be made partners in this game. And then only there's some possibility of some equitable share in the rare earth mineral wealth of the world.
Indeed, while we are waiting for the India-Russia Business Forum to begin here in New Delhi, let's also talk a bit about the future.
Pleased to welcome participants of the plenary session of the Russian-Indian Business Forum. These days, New Delhi has brought together representatives of economic ministries and authorities, as well as heads of major companies and banks, heads of regions, parliamentarians from both our countries. In a word, all of those who are really involved into practical efforts to develop the multifaceted Russian-Indian cooperation in the field of imports and exports, finances and investment. I assume that at the numerous panel sessions and expert discussions, he addressed a wide range of specific issues of economic cooperation between Russia and India. But most importantly, the forum saw the establishment of new business contacts, launch of negotiations on future commercial deals, and the start of promising mutually beneficial projects. Let me stress, most importantly, when we conceived and proposed this forum, it was initially intended to show what multifaceted opportunities our cooperation can offer, and to make it clear the Russian delegation did not only come in order to discuss energy issues and sign contracts for the supplies of oil and gas. What we want is development of our multifaceted relations with India on various fields. His Excellency Prime Minister stressed on many occasions in our private talks that India has vast and growing opportunities in many fields, but up until now they haven't been used to the extent both parties want to see it. That is exactly the reason why we convened this forum. And speaking frankly, first and foremost, it focuses on the opportunities of the Indian economy, and we want to familiarize our economic operators with these opportunities so that both parties can satisfy the needs of each other. It is essential, since those are solid and multifaceted ties between Russian and Indian businesses that are one of the main pillars of special and privileged strategic partnership of our countries. Indeed, Russia and India are long-time trade partners. Trade volumes are growing at a sustainable pace, and over the past 3 years we saw a record increase of up to 80%. As a result, last year the Russian-Indian trade volume reached $64 billion. At the same time, it's obvious that there are vast opportunities for further increase of bilateral trade and investment. Russia and India have big consumer markets and an impressive economic, technological and resource potential. Once again, I would like to stress that under the leadership of His Excellency Modi, India is conducting an absolutely independent and sovereign policy, and at the same time achieves very good results in the economic field. Today, the Indian economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Figures speak for themselves. Over a decade, the GDP of the country has almost doubled, and in terms of the purchasing power parity, it increased by 2.5 times. Thanks to the sound economic policy and such landmark initiatives by Prime Minister Modi as Make in India program, India is strengthening its technological sovereignty. The Indian processing and light industry, IT sector and pharmaceuticals take leading positions in the world. In Russia, we study the Indian experience with interest, and it is used in implementation of our national programs of import substitution and localization of products with high value added. The leadership of two countries, and Prime Minister Modi and I in person, pay particular attention to deepening multifaceted economic ties between Russia and India. Following today's negotiations, we adopted the program for the development of Russian and Indian economic cooperation. This comprehensive document aims at making sure that we can achieve the goal Mr. Modi and I set for ourselves, so that we can increase the trade volume by 2030 to $100 billion. It requires most active efforts of business communities from both countries, aimed at further expanding and diversification of trade volumes and building balanced structure of reciprocal trade. Given the significant trade profits of Russia, the Russian business, our companies, are ready to manifold increase the purchase from India of a widest range of goods and services. We are interested in it, dear friends, because it makes our economy more resilient. From their part, Indian entrepreneurs, as was demonstrated by the forum, are equally interested in trading with Russia. They have something to offer, so the synergy is obvious. So it would only be logical that projects contributing to greater supplies of Indian products to Russia receive priority attention in implementation of the new export support program recently adopted by the government of Mr. Modi. From my part, I would like to assure the business circles that all useful initiatives aimed at development of mutual economic exchanges will be further supported by Russian ministries and authorities. No doubt, the key role in creating conditions for a truly free trade between our countries is played by the Intergovernmental Commission. It is important that together in close cooperation we eliminate the Romanian customs and administrative barriers which stay in the way of reciprocal movement of goods, services and capitals. In this regard, a strong impetus, as it seems, could be given by rapid signature of a preferential trade agreement between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. Free trade is unthinkable without a resilient system of bilateral settlements and reliable payment and insurance mechanisms. Tangible advantages are offered by the use of national currencies. It makes it possible to ensure uninterrupted financial transactions regardless of external developments. And obviously, accessibility of transport and logistics communications plays a crucial role. A lot is already being done in this regard. Implementation of the project to create the corridor south-north from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean is ongoing, and infrastructure modernization of the Northern Sea route is being modernized in order to use it for the supplies of Indian goods to the world markets. Obviously, the cooperation of our two countries should not be limited to trade alone. We should move on and enhance our industrial cooperation. Together we should create new cutting-edge products and strengthen technological alliances. First and foremost in such advanced and knowledge-intensive sectors as digitalization, autonomous robotics, pharmaceuticals, including synthesis of efficient pharmaceuticals and production of high-tech medicine equipment. We are ready for broad cooperation with India in the field of artificial intelligence, where our countries have already advanced a lot. Russia is interested in participating in the as I've just mentioned it to Prime Minister, we are ready to participate in the Summit on Artificial Intelligence scheduled to take place in India in February 2026. We will send a representative delegation. In conclusion, I would like to stress once again further strengthening of Russian-Indian trade and investment ties and close cooperation between business communities effectively contributes to economic growth and development and greater well-being of our citizens, and therefore it meets the fundamental interests of our countries and peoples. I would like to wish to the participants and organizers of the forum all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your vision on the immense potential of bilateral trade. Excellencies, now I respectfully invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Your Excellency, my friend राष्ट्रपति पुतिन, भारत और रूस बिजनेस के सभी लीडर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम, मैं समझता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव रहा कि इतना बड़ा डेलीगेशन लेकर के आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने हैं और आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं और मेरा भी आप सबके बीच आना एक बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर है। इस फोरम से जुड़ने के लिए और अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बिजनेस के लिए सिंप्लीफाइड, प्रिडिक्टेबल मैकेनिज्म बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत और यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के बीच एफटीए पर चर्चा शुरू हो गई है और साथियों, हम अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के भी, जैसा अभी पीयूष जी ने उल्लेख किया था और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो संभावनाओं का वर्णन किया है, उसे देखते हुए हम बहुत कम समय में बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर सकते हैं। बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। ये हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों, नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। पिछले वर्ष राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने 2030 तक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $100 बिलियन का उस लक्ष्य को पार करने का हमने निर्धार किया था। लेकिन कल से मेरी जो राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात हो रही है और जिस प्रकार के पोटेंशियल नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें 2030 तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। हम उस लक्ष्य को समय से पहला पूरा करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और मेरा विश्वास बढ़ रहा है। टैरिफ और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स को कम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन साथियों, इन प्रयासों की असली शक्ति आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं। आपकी ऊर्जा, आपका इनोवेशन और आपका एम्बिशन, यही हमारे संयुक्त भविष्य को आकार देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत में जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ हमने बदलाव किए हैं, वह अभूतपूर्व हैं। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, इस सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए भारत तेजी से विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने की और आगे बढ़ रहा है। और 11 वर्षों की इस रिफॉर्म यात्रा में हम न थके हैं, हम न रुके हैं। हमारे संकल्प पहले से ज्यादा मजबूत हैं और हम लक्ष्य की दिशा में बड़े आत्मविश्वास के साथ बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म और कंप्लायंसेस में कटौती, ऐसे कदम उठाए गए हैं ताकि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। डिफेंस और स्पेस को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इससे इन सेक्टर्स में नए अवसर बने हैं। अब हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहे हैं। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं, बल्कि माइंडसेट रिफॉर्म्स हैं। इन रिफॉर्म्स के पीछे एक ही संकल्प है, विकसित भारत। फ्रेंड्स, कल और आज आपके बीच बहुत ही उपयोगी और सार्थक चर्चाएं हुई हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और रूस के सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों का इस बैठक में प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया है। आप सभी के सुझावों और प्रयासों के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरी ओर से हमारे सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ विचार आपके सामने मैं रखता हूं। पहला, लॉजिस्टिक्स और कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने हमारे कनेक्टिविटी के पूरे पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करने पर बल दिया है। आईएनएसटीसी या तो फिर नॉर्दर्न सी रूट यानी चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर, इन पर हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जल्द ही इस दिशा में प्रगति होगी। इससे ट्रांजिट टाइम घटेगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी और बिजनेस के लिए नए मार्केट्स खुलेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत के साथ हम कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स और रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को वर्चुअल ट्रेड कॉरिडोर से जोड़ सकते हैं। इससे कस्टम्स क्लियरेंस तेज होगा, पेपर वर्क घटेगा और कार्गो मूवमेंट अधिक सीमलेस बनेगा। दूसरा, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स। हाल ही में रूस द्वारा भारत से डेयरी और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के निर्यात के लिए भारतीय कंपनियों की लिस्ट में विस्तार किया गया है। इससे भारत के एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए नए अवसर बने हैं। भारत के हाई क्वालिटी मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, वैल्यू एडेड सी फूड, प्रोसेस्ड फूड, इसकी बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबल डिमांड है। हम कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स, डीप सी फिशिंग और फिशिंग हार्बर्स के मॉडर्नाइजेशन में जॉइंट वेंचर और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप बना सकते हैं। इससे रूस की डोमेस्टिक डिमांड भी पूरी होगी और भारतीय उत्पादों को नए मार्केट भी मिलेंगे। तीसरा, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर। भारत अफोर्डेबल, एफिशिएंट ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और सीएनजी मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में आज ग्लोबल लीडर है। रूस एडवांस मटेरियल का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम मिलकर ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोटिव कंपोनेंट्स और शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी टेक, इसमें साझेदारी कर सकते हैं। इससे हम न केवल अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे, बल्कि ग्लोबल साउथ, विशेषकर अफ्रीका के विकास में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। चौथा, फार्मा। भारत आज विश्व भर में किफायती मूल्यों पर उच्चतम क्वालिटी की दवाइयां सप्लाई कर रहा है। इसलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड भी कहा जाता है। हम दोनों मिलकर जॉइंट वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, कैंसर थेरेपीज, रेडियो फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और एपीआई सप्लाई चेन में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे हेल्थ केयर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ेगी और नई इंडस्ट्रीज भी विकसित होगी। पांचवा, टेक्सटाइल। भारत के पास नेचुरल फाइबर से लेकर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल तक विशाल क्षमता है। डिजाइन, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स और कारपेट्स में हमारी वैश्विक पहचान है। रूस पॉलीमर और सिंथेटिक रॉ मटेरियल्स का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम साथ मिलकर रेजिलिएंट टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन बना सकते हैं। इसी तरह फर्टिलाइजर, सिरेमिक्स, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग की कई संभावनाएं हैं। साथियों, सभी क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने में मैन पावर मोबिलिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। भारत आज दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा युवा टैलेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, हेल्थ केयर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स हर क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा करने की क्षमता रखता है। रूस की डेमोग्राफिक और इकोनॉमिक प्रायोरिटीज को देखते हुए यह साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी है। जब हम भारत के टैलेंट को रूसी भाषा और सॉफ्ट स्किल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हम मिलकर एक ऐसी रशिया रेडी वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं जो दोनों देशों की शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी को गति देगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम अपने दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के लिए टूरिस्ट वीजा पर कई अहम हमने फैसले लिए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बीच टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी और रोजगार के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और रूस को इनोवेशन, को प्रोडक्शन और को क्रिएशन की नई यात्रा पर साथ चल रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य आपसी व्यापार बढ़ाने तक सीमित नहीं है। हम पूरी मानवता की भलाई सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए ग्लोबल चैलेंज का स्थायी समाधान तैयार करना है। भारत इस यात्रा में रूस के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। मैं आप सबसे कहना चाहता हूं, कम मेक इन इंडिया, पार्टनर विथ इंडिया एंड टुगेदर लेट अस मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, for your vision.
So you there heard both the leaders in the national capital of India talking about how businesses can be expanded in the presence of business leaders from both the sides. A large delegation that President Putin brought over from Moscow for his state visit here, and a lot of reciprocative Indian representatives too. And very important points were made in terms of the possibilities that exist in expanding business between these two countries, particularly the kind of not only exports that India could have with Russia, but also the kind of businesses that could be jointly set up. A lot of talk of JVs was there as well. Ramesh wasn't there, and they talked about how the need for a workforce can also be fulfilled by quickly training Indian workforce in, of course, the Russian language, because that would be a necessity, and soft skills as well.
Absolutely. The Prime Minister in his statement there spoke about the strategic trust between India and Russia, and And he says that is their biggest strength, number one. Number two, he says India has undergone a mindset reform, not just administrative reform, in terms of approaching business or ease of doing business. He spoke about GST reform, goods and services reform, and making less compliance requirements for industry. He also spoke about 5 proposals that he made for the India-Russia Trade and Commerce Partnership, starting with 1, logistics and connectivity. He spoke about the international north-south transport corridor, the northern sea route, as well as the Chennai-Vladivostok corridor, the maritime corridor. He said this will, investing in these corridors will reduce the transit time and also bring down the costs of shipment of goods between India and Russia, number one. Number two, digital technology. He spoke about a virtual trade corridor to make customs clearances quickly. Number 3, possibility of exports of marine products from India to Russia. In that context, he spoke about cold chain logistics and deep sea fishing. 4th, he spoke about automobiles, in particular EVs, which can be manufactured jointly by India and Russia, either in India or Russia. And he went on to speak about pharmaceuticals, and last but not the least, textiles. So he gave 5 proposals there to boost India's exports to Russia and also boost the trade prospects going forward between India and Russia as well.
Definitely. And all this, of course, brought together by the thought that there is, of course, that trust factor and also a complementarity where all these possibilities are concerned between India and Russia. It's not just about the kind of business that India and Russia have been already doing, but expanding the scope of that. He gave the example of auto sector where he said India has that capability of making, it's a leader, market leader in making EVs as well as two-wheelers and in CNG as well. And he said Russia has capabilities, it's a big producer in advanced materials, and these can come together. And then, this sort of a cooperation could be explored. We have our guests with us, both Ambassador Amrit Lagoon and Ravi Joshi. If I could ask you, Ambassador Lagoon, do you think that these are the things that can, as then Prime Minister Modi also said, achieve the goal of taking the trade that these two countries have to $100 billion even before the time frame that has been set, which is 2030?
Yeah, definitely. As I had mentioned, the target of $100 billion by 2030 has been made. It was reiterated during the last IRGC meeting, which was held when our EM had gone to Moscow. We have already achieved now close to $68 billion. So adding another 30 in doesn't look far away. And especially one good thing is in both the deliberations, from both the sides, the real problems have been identified. Like the issues of payment, faster customs clearance, the logistics.
Right.
So both sides are reiterating and committing to make things faster. That
absolutely
President Putin make it clear Indian side, and also both sides are also one more thing is they are saying that they can jointly collaborate for benefit of other countries, especially Africa.
Indeed,
that's a big potential which were used not to be spoken of in earlier. We used to speak with Japan, but with Russia this is coming up. So definitely a good beginning, and it's very achievable because the problems are being identified, and the our Prime Minister identified real core 5 areas where things can be in the past years.
Right. Very quickly, Mr. Joshi, you get the last word. Your final concluding thoughts on the way the summit has shaped up so far, including the most recently the India-Russia Business Forum as well.
Ramesh, it's not at all difficult to achieve $100 billion target.
Right.
Before 2020, our trade was only in 2021 when President Putin came and when the Dosti-Druzhba summit took place, they announced their target of $30 billion. But we reached that barrier long back, long before the target year. So now we will definitely reach $100 billion in a matter of in a matter of 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 years.
Okay, we seem to have had some issue there at Ravi Joshi's end in terms of communicating with him, but clearly he was saying how rapid progress can be made on multiple fronts where trade is concerned and even others, because India and Russia have that sort of willingness to do it. They've been partners for a long time, and to expand this partnership at this stage is a fairly easy task, to the levels of the goals set, and perhaps these can be breached as well in the coming days. And that's a very positive note to end this particular segment of our programming, special programming on the visit of the Russian President Ramesh. And let me thank our guests as well, Ambassador Lagoon and Ravi Joshi, for joining us at this point. We will keep you updated on all that is coming in on this visit and much else as well. Keep watching DD India.
Thanks for watching.
कम ब्याज पे लोन चाहिए, वो भी ऐप से। वाह! फंसा!
अनजान ऐप से बचें।
आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
In today's episode, let's take a look at what does it truly mean to eat sustainably.
We add the already colonized mycelium into this ecosystem for basically helping the ecosystem to thrive more.
We're a public institution. Our goal is to grow vegetables.
Some urban areas already combine city and rural elements. Our urban agriculture programs are designed to tackle food security and meet the nutritional needs of the poor.
If you're prepared to love the land and the animals and don't see living such a life as making a sacrifice, then this is the right profession for you.
After gaining some knowledge about farming, I told myself, let's quit this and start our own business. And I decided to start goat farming.
So our episode is on accountability more than just an apology text.
Yep.
We didn't get one, did we?
If no British politician has the courage to issue an apology, get somebody from the royal family to do it, because after all, everything was done in the name of the crown. No one likes to be told that in their family tree there are a lot of skeletons. They have never allowed themselves to confront the horrors of their past, so I'm sorry to say we never got the apology. There is not just amnesia on the part of the British, the colonizers, but there is some forgetfulness or ignorance on the part of the rest of us too.
Good evening, live from New Delhi. You're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Coming up in the next hour. India-Russia annual summit in New Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hopes for peaceful resolution of Ukraine conflict. President Putin thanks him for the efforts. President Putin accorded ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. India-Russia explore opportunities to expand bilateral cooperation in trade, defense and tech domains. President Putin and Prime Minister Modi addressed the India-Russia Business Forum in New Delhi, urged business leaders from both countries to capitalize on the new opportunities. Indigo airline crisis continues. Around 500 flights cancelled in Delhi on Friday. RBI cuts repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25%, says growth inflation balance to support the growth momentum. India and Russia have signed several agreements in the field of healthcare, medical education and science. Other agreements that were signed include food safety cooperation, MOU on training of ships operating in polar waters, exchange of information on movement of vehicles. Leaders also adopted joint statement and agreed to work on economic cooperation program till 2030. Addressing the joint press statement, Prime Minister Modi said, last 2 decades, President Putin has nurtured India-Russia relationship and elevated mutual relations to new heights.
पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरफ बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की।
Prime Minister Modi said that agreements have been signed in the fields of trade, investment and security. He added both sides have agreed on economic cooperation program till 2030.
आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे।
Prime Minister Modi stressed that strengthening connectivity between the two countries remains a key priority. He said cooperation in critical minerals is important for sustainable global supply chains.
ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा।
India and Russia have agreed to work together on vocational education, skilling and training. Prime Minister Modi also announced a 30-day e-tourist visa facility for Russian citizens.
मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे।
In a joint statement, Russian President Vladimir Putin underscored the key priorities for strengthening India-Russia ties, spanning security, economy, trade and more, setting the stage for broader bilateral cooperation.
Joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, in humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw for yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment and technologies.
President Putin reiterated that Russia remains a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, adding that Moscow is ready to continue uninterrupted fuel supplies to India.
We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy.
President Putin said Russia is conducting a flagship project to build India's largest nuclear power plant aimed at supporting the country's growing energy needs.
We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin attended the India-Russia Business Forum earlier today. Addressing the trade forum, Prime Minister said that discussions on an FTA between India and the Eurasian Economic Union have begun. Be it business or diplomacy, he said foundation of any partnership is mutual trust.
बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। यह हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों, नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है।
Prime Minister Modi and President Putin held bilateral talks at Hyderabad House in New Delhi. Leaders held detailed discussions aimed at further strengthening bilateral ties. Prime Minister Modi said India and Russia shared long-lasting and time-tested bonds.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपकी यात्रा बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहाँ से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहाँ तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Speaking on the matter of conflict in Ukraine, Prime Minister Modi stressed India is not neutral, stands on the side of peace. PM added that the conflict should come to an end through dialogue and diplomacy.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरे चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं।
Russian President Putin praised Prime Minister Modi for what he called Prime Minister's special personal attention towards finding a solution to the conflict in Ukraine.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine. We are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement. Thank you for the attention aimed at finding a solution to this situation. Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter which is very profound. We really appreciate that and the fact that you, ex-Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
On to some other stories. India's largest airline, Indigo, cancelled approximately 500 flights on Friday in the national capital till midnight for the fourth consecutive day, causing chaos for passengers at the Delhi airport, bringing the overall cancellation to cross over 1,000. In a meeting with Minister of Civil Aviation a day earlier, Indigo attributed disruptions to challenges in crew planning and implementation of revised flight duty time limitation norms, along with seasonal weather-related constraints. Reserve Bank of India (RBI) Governor Sanjay Malhotra-led Monetary Policy Committee on Friday announced its decision on repo rate and other key rates. RBI slashed repo rate by 25 basis points from 5.5% to 5.25% amid low inflation and strong growth, marking a favorable economic period. RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra announced the decision was taken unanimously after a 3-day meeting of the RBI's Monetary Policy Committee.
The MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25% with immediate effect. Consequently, the STF rate under the LAF shall stand adjusted to 5% and the MSF and bank rate to 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance.
Addressing the upper house of the Indian Parliament, Union Minister for Information and Technology Ashwani Vaishnav said many new AI hubs and data centers are being created throughout the nation, including Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, under different startup schemes for India AI Mission.
So many new data centers getting established throughout the country, whether it is Andhra, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, everywhere new data centers are coming up, which is a great infrastructure for the new world where productivity and new technology is going to play a major role in our daily lives as well as in our professional lives, Honorable Chairman.
A Delhi court on Friday extended the NIA custody of Soeb, a Faridabad resident accused of allegedly providing logistical support to terrorist Umar Nabi for 10 more days. The probe agency produced Soeb at the Patiala House Court amid tight security on Friday upon expiry of his previous 10-day custody, which was granted on November 26th. Soeb is the 7th accused arrested by the NIA in the case, which is linked to the white-collar terror module busted by Jammu and Kashmir police. And still to come on DD India News Hour. FIFA is set to introduce a new annual peace prize with US President Trump among the contenders. UK universities restrict recruitment of Pakistani Bangladeshi students. Stay tuned to know more.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium. We'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. US military has conducted numerous strikes on alleged Venezuelan drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and Pacific since September this year, killing dozens of people. US conducted another lethal strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat in Eastern Pacific on Thursday. The new strike comes amid intense scrutiny and a bipartisan American congressional review into the legality of the actions. Here's more. The US military said it killed 4 men in a strike on a suspected drug vessel in international waters in Eastern Pacific on Thursday, amid growing controversy over a campaign that has taken more than 87 lives. In a statement on X, US military said intelligence confirmed that the vessel was carrying illicit narcotics and transitioning along a known narco-trafficking route in Eastern Pacific. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the Trump administration over the first strike on the alleged drug boat. September 2nd incident was the first in a series of strikes targeting purported narcotics smuggling vessels that have left more than 80 people dead. A top Democratic lawmaker said that video footage played during a classified hearing showed a US strike killing shipwrecked sailors who survived an initial attack on an alleged drug trafficking boat. The attack has sparked widespread criticism of both military campaign and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Amid heightened regional tensions, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro used an appearance on his radio show to reaffirm Venezuela's sovereignty and highlight China's political support. Maduro also called for support of the Brazilian people. Bureau Report, DD India. US President Donald Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on Thursday met the Ukrainian negotiator Rustan Umerov in Miami, pressing a revised 28-point peace plan that demands Kiev cede Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk territories it vows to defend. The closed-door meeting, third in 2 weeks, follows a fruitless 5-hour Moscow session with Vladimir Putin on Tuesday, where no compromise emerged. Trump called the Moscow talks reasonably good, claiming the Russian leader seeks an end to the conflict, although Putin on Thursday warned of seizing eastern Donbass by force, absent Ukrainian withdrawal, and accused Europe of sabotaging the talks. FIFA will introduce a new annual award named FIFA Peace Prize. Football Unites the World, with US President Donald Trump among the contenders during the 2026 World Cup draw in Washington, D.C. The award aims to honor individuals who have made exceptional contributions to peace. The draw will be held at John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, where all 48 World Cup teams will learn their group stage opponents. Trump, who pushed hard for a Nobel Peace Prize this year, criticized the committee after it awarded it to Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, will be present The 2026 World Cup, hosted by the US, Canada and Mexico, runs from June 11th to July 19th, featuring a record 104 matches across 16 cities. A US appeals court on Thursday handed a victory to President Trump in his effort to keep National Guard troops in Washington, pausing a lower court order that would have ended the deployment in the coming days. In a written order, the US Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit lifted an injunction that said troops needed to leave the nation's capital by December 11th. The DC Circuit's order, which is temporary, does not address the merits of the case, allows Trump to continue a deployment he began this summer and has ramped up in response to a November 26 shooting of 2 National Guard members near the White House. The order came in a lawsuit filed by District of Columbia Attorney General Brian Schwab, a Democrat and the capital city's top legal officer. The US military said it killed 4 men in a strike on a suspected drug vessel in international waters in Eastern Pacific on Thursday, amid a growing controversy over a campaign that has taken more than 87 lives. The US military said in a statement on X, intelligence confirmed that vessel was carrying illicit narcotics transitioning along the known narco trafficking route in the Eastern Pacific. The latest strike targeted a vessel in international waters operated by a designated terrorist organization. Earlier in the day, lawmakers attended a classified briefing on the Capitol Hill in which they were shown extended video footage of the strike, only a brief part of which has been publicly released. A senior Democratic lawmaker who saw the footage of the incident on Thursday said it showed a US attack on shipwrecked sailors, while others describe it as possible war crime. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and President Trump's administration have especially come under fire over an incident in early September in which US forces targeted a wreckage of vessel that had already been hit, killing 2 survivors. American actor playwright Jeremy O. Harris has been detained in Japan for nearly 3 weeks following his arrest on drug smuggling allegations at Naha Airport in Okinawa. Harris was arrested on suspicion of violating Japan's Narcotics and Psychotropics Control Act. According to an official, Harris was stopped at Naha Airport on Okinawa Island last month after being discovered with 0.78 grams of crystal containing the synthetic narcotic MDMA with him. Though his representatives declined to comment on the situation, it's not clear whether the artist had retained his legal representation in Japan. Moving on, tightened immigration controls and rising concerns over alleged visa misuse have caused UK universities to suspend or halt admissions to students from Bangladesh and Pakistan. According to the Financial Times, at least 9 higher education institutions have imposed restrictions on applicants from both these nations. UK classifies both these nations as high-risk countries. The tightening comes after the UK Home Office revised its basic compliance assessment rules in September, forcing institutions to comply with rules or risk losing their license. According to official data, visa refusal rates for Bangladeshi and Pakistani applicants stood at 22% and 18% respectively as of September this year. The move follows a sharp rise in visa refusal rates and asylum claims linked to international students. Israel awaits return of last hostage remains held by Hamas in Gaza. On Thursday, Israel sent a delegation to Cairo to discuss efforts for the return of the last hostages remains in Gaza. Under the first phase of the US-brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, militants were due to return all 48 hostages they held captive, 20 of whom were still alive. Meanwhile, Israel has set its defense budget for 2026 to $34 billion, significantly higher than previous draft. French leader Emmanuel Macron concluded his 4th state visit to China on Friday in southwestern city of Chengdu. Chinese President Xi Jinping personally escorted him and the First Lady, Brigitte Macron, through the 2,300-year-old Douyin irrigation system a UNESCO marvel rarely shown to foreign leaders. After Thursday's Beijing talks produced only 12 cooperation agreements on nuclear energy, elderly care and renewed panda loans, but no long-sought 500-plane Airbus order, Macron stressed strategic autonomy and deeper dialogue on Ukraine ahead of France's 2026 G7 chairmanship. She hailed Franco-Chinese ties as a model for Europe. Trade breakthroughs remain elusive as Beijing keeps aviation leverage for US talks. Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir has been appointed the country's first Chief of Defence Forces, giving him formal command over all three branches of the military. The appointment was approved by President Asif Ali Zardari on the advice of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and follows the creation of a new post through a constitutional amendment earlier this week. Munir will serve a 5-year term in the role while continuing as the Chief of Army Staff. The new structure, introduced under the 27th Amendment to Article 243 of the Constitution, consolidates operational, administrative and strategic military authority under a single official. It marks Pakistan's most significant military command overall since the 1970s. Let's now turn to other stories making news around the world. Thousands gathered to watch the lighting ceremony of Trafalgar Square Christmas tree in London, gifted by Norway in a yearly tradition going back to 1947 as a symbol of friendship. The lighting ceremony takes place on the same day as the UK and Norway unveiled a new defence pact. In London, Battersea Power Station has opened its festive ice rink for the 4th year, offering visitors 3 interconnected rinks wrapped around a giant Christmas tree. And this year features the year's only 200-meter illuminated skate trail, along with themed sessions and festive carousel. The historic power station, now transformed into vibrant and public space, will host the attraction. In Spain's Canary Islands witnessed a stunning supermoon as December's cold moon lit up the skies over Gran Canaria. The unusually bright lunar display drew crowds across the archipelago. Astronomers say this was the final supermoon of 2025, appearing especially vivid as it passed close to Earth. And hundreds of Christian pastors and church leaders from the United States gathered today in Jerusalem, holding a special prayer service on the southern steps of the Western Wall. The delegation says visit is meant to strengthen American support for Israel. Organizers described the moment as a powerful show of solidarity amid ongoing regional tensions. And still to come on DT India News Hour. And Austria welcomes Israel's inclusion in Eurovision Song Contest. We'll also talk about FIFA World Cup draw to be announced today in Washington. 48 football teams are in the fray. A short break. There's more coming up.
In today's episode, let's take a look at what does it truly mean to eat sustainably.
We add the already colonized mycelium into this ecosystem for basically helping the ecosystem to thrive more.
We're a public institution. Our goal is to grow vegetables.
Some urban areas already combine city and rural elements. Our urban agriculture programs are designed to tackle food security and meet the nutritional needs of the poor.
If you're prepared to love the land and the animals, and don't see living such a life as making a sacrifice, then this is the right profession for you.
After gaining some knowledge about farming, I told myself, let's quit this and start our own business. And I decided to start goat farming.
Swagatam to Andhra Pradesh, the coastal jewel of India. A state steeped in history. From the Gandi Kota Fort to the majestic Gondapalli Fort. A region known as the Rice Bowl of India. A holy land with rivers Krishna and Godavari flowing through it. Every part of this land tells a story of culture and devotion.